Cultivation online audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1761, Tan Songyun's Decision. Tan Songyun recalled every moment of the year she had spent with Tian Kai, the emotions that had consumed her, the warmth of his presence and the touch of his fingers on her body. Then she remembered the countless rumors she had heard about Tian Kai over tens of thousands of years, along with the hatred and anger that had festered within her. While the year she had spent with Tian Kai had been filled with joy, she couldn't simply cast aside the anguish and betrayal that had consumed her for thousands of years, as if it had never existed. Even if the rumors were untrue and Tian Kai was innocent, the anguish Tan Songyun had endured was undeniably real and couldn't simply be dismissed. Tian Kai was innocent? Then what have I been doing all these years? What am I doing with my life now? After a very long moment of silence, Tan Songyun suddenly smacked herself in the face and shook it off. Even after tens of thousands of years of feeling betrayed, it is undeniable that I still love Tian Kai to a certain extent, and if it turns out that all of the rumors I've heard about him are false, I will atone for my crimes. However, there's no way for me to confirm your words as of this moment, and I am no longer foolish enough to believe everything I hear. Therefore, I'm going to follow and watch you to confirm it. You're going to follow me? Yuan's eyes widened at her words. What's with that look? You don't want me to? Are you afraid I might expose the real you? Tan Songyun frowned. No, that's not it. Didn't you hear me? I am currently being hunted by the Celestial Emperor. I also have many enemies. If you stay with me, I cannot guarantee your safety. So what? Even if I die in the process, I will not have any regrets except that I won't be able to find out the truth. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed. I will also be traversing dangerous places. This won't be my first time visiting someplace dangerous. Seeing how stubborn Tan Songyun was acting, Yuan said, Fine, you can follow me, but the moment I deem you as a burden, I'll immediately leave you behind, like you did back then. Tan Songyun sneered. Even if you follow me, how will you determine what I said is true or false? Yuan then asked. That's not something you need to know, she said. Yuan removed the formation shortly after, and called Shimei back. Well, since you're going to be following us, we might as well do an introduction, said Yuan. You may know me as Tian Kai, but my name now is Yuan. Are you aware of the existence of players? Players, you mean the outsiders? Yuan nodded and said, I am one of them, as I was reborn in that world. You claim to have reincarnated, but why would you still retain Tian Kai's memories, as far as I know? Those who reincarnate lose all memories of their past lives, Tan Songyun asked, her tone filled with doubt. My case is a little special. Also, not everyone forgets their memories. There are special techniques out there that help people regain their lost memories, Yuan explained. Shimei introduced herself next. My name is Shimei, and I am a real dragon. My bloodline is also royalty. Tan Songyun's eyes widened, and she asked, How are you related to the Shi family in the upper heavens? I don't know, since I came from the ancient dragon city. Ancient dragon city? Never heard of that place. Anyway, I am Tan Songyun, and my relationship with Tian Kai here is... Tan Songyun gave Shimei a brief explanation of the situation, leaving her bewildered by the sheer strangeness of the events that unfolded. Me saying this probably won't mean anything at this point, but there is simply no way these rumors about Yuan are true. If you spend even a little time with him, you'd understand what I mean, said Shimei. Tan Songyun narrowed her eyes at Shimei for a moment before asking, What is your relationship with Tian Kai anyway? Once again, Tian Kai is dead. I am now Yuan. We're traveling companions, said Shimei. Just traveling companions? Sir Theo Novelire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. For now, yes, for now. Tan Songyun raised an eyebrow. Hey, anyway, now that we've acquired the second ancient seal, what are we going to do next? Shimei turned to look at Yuan, clearly trying to change the subject. Yuan pondered for a moment before summoning Yin and Yang. Can you two figure out where the other two seals are? Yuan asked them. We'll try, they responded simultaneously, before disappearing into thin air. Tan Songyun then asked, "Why didn't you ask the Dragon King where the other holders are?" "Because even the holders themselves are unaware of the identities of the other holders," Yuan explained. "By the way, how far have you managed to ascend?" "Zither Goddess," Yuan then asked her. "Can you stop calling me by that nickname?" "I don't like it. If you stop calling me Tian Kai." "Ah, I almost forgot. Yuan is my real name. I currently go by Zhao Yang. Also, how should I address you if not Zither Goddess? Anything but Zither Goddess. I no longer qualify for such a title." "Then how about I continue addressing you as Lady Tan?" "Do as you please. And I've reached all the way to the Supreme Heaven." "The 9th heaven?" "That's impressive. Well, since we're trying to reach the 7th heaven as soon as possible, we might as well ascend to the 6th heaven now," said Yuan. "All ready? This will be your quickest back-to-back ascension yet," Shimeli said, her voice filled with excitement. He nodded. "I want to regain my body as soon as possible, after all." "Your body?" Tan Songyun inquired. "It's a little complicated, but this body is merely constructed from a part of my soul," he explained. "In order to come to the 9 heavens with my real body, I need to reach the 7th heaven. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Chapter 1762, 5 Breakthrough Towers. Sometime after explaining the situation to Tan Songyun, Yuan made his way to the stairway to heaven. However, upon arriving at the stairway to heaven, Yuan noticed that there were only a few individuals present, and most of them weren't participants, but spectators gathered to see the participants off. Since Yuan had entered the 5th heaven alone, the rest of the player base was still stuck in the 4th heaven. As a result, it was essentially impossible for him to carry 9 individuals through the stairway to heaven by himself. Of course, Yuan could attempt to fill the required number with people from the 5th heaven, but he would need to find individuals willing to ascend to the 6th heaven. Unlike players who could traverse between realms with ease, ascending was a significant and life-altering decision for residents of the 9 heavens, not something they could decide on a whim. "Do I even need to carry people with me? I can just alter the difficulty accordingly." Yuan just realized this, but he wasn't sure it'd work. "I'll see you on the other side," Shimeli said to Yuan. "Lady Tan, do you want to come with me? Although you have already passed all trials and reached the 9th heaven, you can still spectate me. I'm sure you'll learn a thing or two about Tian Kai if you do." Tan Songyun nodded. "That's only natural. I was going to follow you even if you didn't ask." Lan Yingying emerged shortly after to follow Shimeli, as she also wanted to challenge the stairway to heaven. "Who is this?" Tan Songyun asked with raised eyebrows. "And where did she come from?" "My name is Lan Yingying, and I am a divine beast currently following Yuan." "Another divine beast?" Tan Songyun muttered, with a surprised look on her face. Having one divine beast as a follower was already rare enough, much less 2. "Why are they following you anyways?" she then asked out of curiosity. "They have their own reasons." Yuan shrugged. Yuan climbed the staircase and entered the stairway to heaven shortly after, followed by Tan Songyun. "Welcome back, Master. I don't have 9 people with me this time, but is it possible for me to increase the difficulty to the max?" Yuan asked her. "If that is what you wish, Master." "Great. Let's do that then. I would also like to challenge the stairway to heaven now." Tianer nodded and disappeared shortly later. Meanwhile, Tan Songyun was examining the spectators' room with great interest. "I didn't know there was a place like this inside the stairway to heaven. Since she did everything solo, there was simply no way for her to have known about it." In the center of the room was a small well filled with water, and reflected on that water was Yuan, who had just begun his first trial. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "You have started your first trial in the stairway to heaven. Investigate the 5 breakthrough towers and figure out the one who needs to be punished. You have 365 days to complete the trial. Figure out the truth and punish the perpetrator within 6 months to receive a reward." As Yuan stood in the middle of the bustling street, his eyes widened in surprise as he read the details of the trial's challenge. I have a whole year to complete this challenge, he wondered inwardly. This officially made it his longest trial yet. Moreover, it appeared more complicated than the previous trials. However, he wasn't familiar with the 5 breakthrough towers. After standing around for a bit, Yuan decided to gather information first. He approached someone working behind a food stall and asked, "Excuse me, can you tell me a little about the 5 breakthrough towers?" The middle-aged woman looked at him with raised eyebrows and spoke. "You don't know about the 5 breakthrough towers? You're the first person I've met in the 7th heaven who doesn't know them? Well, I'm not from around here. I just ascended to this realm." "I see. I don't mind telling you, but—" The woman extended her hand and gestured for something. Seeing this, Yuan retrieved some money and handed it to her. "Thank you, young master." Satisfied by the amount of money, the woman began explaining, "The 5 breakthrough towers are the most important organizations in the 7th heaven." "Organizations?" Yuan inquired about the specific word. She nodded. "Yes, they are neither a family, sect, nor faction. They are an organization supported by these groups, each contributing its own unique specialty and purpose. The first of the 5 breakthrough towers is called the Alchemy Tower. They specialize in the study of alchemy and hold the vital role of developing new recipes and refining alchemy techniques," she continued. "The second tower is called the Array Tower. They specialize in developing new formations and enhancing existing ones. The third tower is the Martial Tower. Their primary focus is on creating new martial techniques and refining older ones. The fourth tower is the Cultivation Tower. They're similar to the Martial Tower, but they only deal with cultivation techniques. The final tower is called the Metal Tower. They not only create treasures, but they study smithing techniques and whatnot. If you haven't noticed yet, each of these towers was established with the purpose of advancing a specific path. However, they are entirely separate organizations with no direct association with one another. And because they are all striving for progress in their respective fields, there is a great deal of competition among them." Yuan was quite amazed by this concept, and he asked, "What are their reputations like?" "As far as I am aware, they are all very respectable and trustworthy. I don't think I have ever heard anything bad about them," she said. "Not even rumors?" "There are always rumors." The woman pondered for a moment and spoke in a genuine tone. "They say the workers are overly passionate about their job, no matter which tower they belong to, but I wouldn't consider that a bad thing. Search thenovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1763, Metal Tower." Yuan pointed to a tall tower-like building in the distance and asked, "Is that one of these breakthrough towers?" The woman nodded. "Yes, that would be the Metal Tower. Where can I find the other towers?" "They are scattered throughout the 7th heaven." "Unfortunately, I don't know the exact location of the other towers. Is that so?" "Thank you for the information." Yuan ended their conversation and made his way toward the Metal Tower. As he approached, he noticed that the entire structure was constructed from shiny black metal, its surface gleaming under the light. Meanwhile, Tan Song-yun wore a pondering expression on her face. "The 5 breakthrough towers? Why are they in the stairway to heaven? More importantly, what the hell is going on? Did the stairway to heaven create such an elaborate world for his trial? I have never heard of anything like this before." Suddenly, she sensed a presence behind her. Turning around, she was startled to see a cute child standing there, having appeared silently, almost like a ghost. "Who are you? And where did you come from?" Tan Song-yun asked, as she was certain that nobody else had followed them into the stairway to heaven. "My name is Tianer, and I have been here since the very beginning, as I am the Stairway to Heaven's spirit," she responded calmly. "What? The Stairway to Heaven has a spirit?" Tan Song-yun's eyes widened at this shocking information. Tianer nodded in confirmation and continued, "Master ordered me to help clear up any uncertainty you may have, so here I am." "Master? The individual partaking in the trial right now is my master. He is also the creator of the Stairway to Heaven." "Wait a second. Tian Kai created the Stairway to Heaven." That's impossible. The stairway to heaven existed long before he even came into existence. Tan Songyun refuted her claim, using this obvious fact as proof. I am not talking about Tian Kai, but an even older reincarnation. Tian Kai is merely one of Master's multiple lives, after all. What in heaven's name? Tan Songyun was speechless. However, after some pondering, Tan Songyun realized it wasn't strange for an individual to have reincarnated multiple times, after all. Humans naturally reincarnate each time they die, provided the soul remains intact. Wait a minute, can I even trust what she's saying? Tian Kai, Yuan is her master, so he could easily make her lie. Tan Songyun thought to herself. I heard that it was the god of creation who created the stairway to heaven. Are you telling me that your master was the god of creation in one of his previous lives? Tan Songyun asked. Tianer nodded. It's not just the stairway to heaven. Master has created many things throughout his life, with many of them still undiscovered to this very day. Tan Songyun swallowed nervously at such implications. Then can you tell me what's going on with his trial? How come it's so different? I know everyone has their own trials, but the disparity isn't this massive. Tan Songyun then inquired, For Master, the stairway to heaven is not merely a way to travel through the 9 heavens, Tianer explained. It also holds memories of Master's past lives, and the trials help him recover those memories. Huh? So what I am looking at right now is actually memories? Tan Songyun looked at the vast world Yuan was in Seer Tho Nov Fire. Eat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You're half right, she clarified. The trials are created from his memories, but they are only fragments pieced together, like parts of a puzzle. They don't directly mirror his actual memories. After taking a long moment to digest the information given, Tan Songyun asked, Whose memories am I looking at right now? However, Tiana shook her head and said, Unfortunately, I cannot answer that. Why not? Are you afraid that I might know too much? Tiana shook her head once again and clarified, No, there are just some things I am not allowed to say. If you really wish to know, you can ask Master later. Meanwhile, Yuan continued asking several pedestrians about the metal tower as he approached his destination. He was particularly curious to know if there were any negative rumors about the place. However, everyone he spoke to praised the metal tower, describing its reputation as sparkling clean. While that might seem reassuring on the surface, Yuan couldn't help but become suspicious. After all, it could all be a facade, a carefully crafted mask to conceal the true evil lurking within. Yet, Yuan had no way to know for sure without visiting the metal tower himself. The metal tower appeared close at first glance, but it was actually several days away. Now, standing before it several days later, Yuan realized just how massive it truly was. Not only was the tower so tall that it pierced the clouds, but its interior was vast enough to house a large community of tens of thousands of people simultaneously. The massive entrance, notably without doors, bustled with a steady stream of people entering and leaving. After stepping inside the tower, Yuan quickly noticed that the entire first floor resembled a bustling shopping mall, filled with hundreds of stores and even personal stalls offering a wide variety of treasures. After looking around for some time, Yuan approached one of the merchants and asked, "Excuse me, I'm trying to join the metal tower. Where can I go to sign up?" The best way to gain information about a place was to join them, after all. However, the merchant merely sneered in disguise at Yuan and said, "Who do you think you are? The metal tower doesn't just accept anybody. I'm a blacksmith, and I'm very confident in my skills. Ha 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 ha, you're truly an ignorant one, aren't you? To make me laugh, I'll tell you something. Talent alone won't get you into the metal tower. Unless you know someone on the inside, you'll need to increase your reputation enough to get the metal tower to notice you." The man gestured at the weapons he'd personally crafted before him. "The fastest way to gain reputation is to showcase your weapons here, just like many of us are doing. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, Chapter 1764 Metal Tower 2. To capture the metal tower's attention, Most blacksmiths showcase their creations on the tower's first floor, which also serves as an open marketplace. However, despite the abundance of talented blacksmiths, only about 10 individuals gain the metal tower's recognition every few hundred years. "I've been selling my creations here for about 100 years now," the man said. "In all that time, I've only seen 3 people be recognized by the metal tower. But let me tell you, being recognized doesn't mean you'll be accepted. That's an entirely different matter." "I see. Thank you for the information," Yuan said to the man. He left shortly after and began roaming the first floor, examining all of the stores available. Now that Yuan understood how to attract the metal tower's attention, he knew he needed to craft treasures that would quickly build his reputation. The simplest and most effective way to achieve this was to create something far superior to anything else being showcased around him. After exploring every store on the first floor, Yuan observed that most of the treasures on display were only ancient grade, with a few mythic grade items scattered among them. However, even the mythic grade treasures were of noticeably low quality. A few peak quality mythic grade and Empyrean grade treasures should be more than enough to attract the metal tower's attention, Yuan thought to himself as he left the metal tower. Thanks to the metal tower's influence, the area surrounding it was teeming with smithies and smithing-related stores, including shops selling various materials and tools essential for crafting. Yuan entered a nearby smithy and requested to use their workshop. "Hello, I would like to borrow the workshop to create some treasures." The bulky man standing behind the counter looked at Yuan like he was crazy. "You got any identification?" "A blacksmith identification, to be more specific." "Sorry, but I don't have anything like that." "Then we cannot lend you our workshop, no matter how much you offer. If you wish to use our workshop, you need to be an official blacksmith." "How do I become an official blacksmith?" Yuan asked. "Ha ha ha! You want to become an official blacksmith, but you don't even know how. You're an amusing one." The bulky man laughed out loud. He continued, 10 blocks down, there is a place called the Blacksmith Association. In order to be recognized as an official blacksmith, you must pass several tests." "Thank you, then I will be back after I acquire my identification," Yuan said to the man. "Ha ha ha ha! If a scrawny kid like you can pass the assessment, I'll gladly let you use my workshop for free." "Scrawny?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had ever been referred to with such a term. Yuan's physique might appear scrawny compared to the bulky man standing before him, but in reality it was perfectly balanced and refined to an unparalleled degree of perfection, being neither too skinny nor too bulky. Yuan left the store shortly after, but he didn't immediately head to the Blacksmith Association. Instead, he decided to try his luck at a few more smithies. Unfortunately, all of them required him to be an official blacksmith. "I guess this is a process I must go through to progress the trial," Yuan thought to himself as he visited the Blacksmith Association. The Blacksmith Association was an enormous building spanning several streets, its reflective surface and metallic structure giving it the appearance of a solid block of steel at first glance. Yuan walked inside the building and approached the nearest worker. "I'd like to take the assessment to become an official blacksmith." The worker, a young man, nodded. "Sure thing. May I ask how experienced you are with the art?" "I'd say that I'm quite experienced. Then what is the highest grade of treasure you've created?" Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Celestial grade," Yuan calmly responded. The young man's eyes immediately widened with disbelief. He didn't respond for several moments due to being speechless. Eventually, he said, "That's a good joke, but I need a serious answer." Yuan's expression remained calm as he responded, "I am dead serious." Seeing Yuan's solemn gaze, the young man swallowed nervously and spoke in a stiff voice. Then, will you be fine with accepting the most difficult assessment? If you pass, we'll grant you the highest blacksmith rank we can possibly give you. Even if you fail, you can try again with a lower difficulty." Yuan nodded. "Sure. Give me your most difficult assessment." The young man nodded and said, "Please give me a moment to notify my superiors." Sometime later, an old man with long, short white hair and a curly mustache approached Yuan and asked, "Are you the one who requested our most difficult assessment?" Yuan nodded. "Follow me." Yuan followed the old man to the basement where a large workshop was available. "Since you claim to be able to craft celestial-grade treasures, we'll have you craft an Empyrean-grade treasure for your assessment. If you are able to do so, the Blacksmith Association will immediately promote you to our highest blacksmith rank," said the old man. Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, "Does the Blacksmith Association have any connections with the metal tower?" The old man quickly understood what Yuan was trying to ask and said, "While we do have some connections and can recommend you to the metal tower, it is up to them whether they are willing to accept you. Moreover, divine blacksmiths are not rare in the metal tower, so even if you are capable of crafting celestial-grade treasures, it won't guarantee you a spot in the metal tower." "I see. Thanks for the explanation." The old man retrieved a pile of materials a moment later and said, "You have 3 months to craft the treasure using the materials we provide you. Are you ready to begin?" "I am ready." Yuan spent a couple of minutes examining the materials. Once he was prepared, he immediately began to work. Less than a day later, Yuan presented his finished creation to the old man, who was utterly gobsmacked, not only by the masterpiece itself, but also by the sheer brilliance of the process that had brought it to life. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, Chapter 1765, Metal Tower 3. What do you think? Did I pass the assessment? Yuan asked the dumbfounded old man, who was staring at the finished treasure with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Although smithing had advanced significantly since Tian Qiuan's era, with the emergence of many more divine blacksmiths, Tian Qiuan's smithing skills remained unparalleled. "See, can I examine the treasure?" the old man asked. Yuan nodded and handed the sword to him. The old man held the sword in his trembling hands, feeling as though he were cradling a priceless treasure of unimaginable value. "I have never seen an Empyrean-grade treasure of this quality before," he muttered. "Pass. You pass. Congratulations, you are now officially an Obsidian-rank blacksmith." The old man handed Yuan a black badge, its surface gleaming with understated elegance. This badge held immense significance in the world of blacksmiths, representing the pinnacle of achievement. Within the Blacksmith Association there were 6 ranks that could be obtained, with Obsidian, the rank represented by this badge being the highest and most revered. Normally becoming an Obsidian-ranked blacksmith required passing multiple rigorous assessments. However, Yuan's flawless performance in his first trial was so extraordinary that the remaining tests were deemed redundant and unnecessary by the old man, who was also a divine blacksmith. "I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the head of the Blacksmith Association, Li Yan. If you ever need any assistance from the Blacksmith Association, we will always be there to help you," said the old man. Yuan nodded and asked, "Do you think I can borrow some materials? I would like to craft a few more treasures." Of course, all official blacksmiths under the Blacksmith Association are entitled to a specific allotment of materials every 10 years as a privilege, Li Yan explained. "As an Obsidian-ranked blacksmith, you have near unlimited access to most of our materials, provided the amount you request is reasonable." "I don't need much, just enough to craft several mythic-grade treasures also. Do I get to keep that sword?" Yuan pointed at the treasure he'd crafted for the assessment. Li Yan, seemingly reluctant to let the treasure go, said, "Oh, of course, sometime later." Li Yan left to acquire the materials Yuan had requested. Once Li Yan returned with the materials, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I boldly request to watch you work? Even as a divine blacksmith, I feel my skills improve simply by observing your craftsmanship." "Do as you wish," Yuan said. Yuan proceeded to use almost all of his materials to craft 5 peak-quality mythic-grade treasures. "Thank you for the experience." Li Yan bowed to Yuan. "Then I'll take my leave now. One more thing before you leave. Although I cannot help you join the Metal Tower, I know some people there. I'll mention your name the next time I visit them. Hopefully that will help you a little," said Li Yan. "Thanks." Yuan left the Blacksmith Association shortly afterward. However, instead of heading directly back to the metal tower, he made his way to the shop with the bulky man. Once there, Yuan casually revealed his obsidian badge. The man's jaw practically hit the floor, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the badge in stunned silence. "Do I qualify to use your workshop?" he asked. After snapping out of his daze, the man said, Oh, of course, you can even have my whole shop if you want." Yuan merely shook his head with a slight smile on his face. The man led Yuan to his workshop at the back of the shop a moment later. Once inside, Yuan set to work, using the materials he had purposely saved for this occasion. Within a few hours, he had crafted a flawless mythic-grade treasure, leaving the bulky man utterly speechless as he stared in awe at the masterpiece before him. "Thanks for lending me the place. You can come back here to borrow my workshop whenever you want, Senior. It will always be available for you." With his 6 finished treasures, Yuan returned to the metal tower to set up his showcase. "Oh, you're back already?" The man who called Yuan ignorant was surprised to see Yuan return so soon. It had only been a day since their conversation, after all. "Yes, I took your advice and went to craft some treasures. Do you mind if I set up my showcase next to yours?" Yuan said. "Ha ha ha! You've only been gone for a little over a day," the man laughed, shaking his head. "There's no way whatever you created in such a short time would attract the metal tower's attention. Each of my treasures required months, if not years, of hard work." "Maybe that's why you haven't gotten the tower's attention." Yuan shrugged. The man frowned and cursed. "You cheeky bastard." Yuan said nothing more and began setting up his spot. He spread a simple blanket on the floor and casually placed the 6 treasures he had crafted onto it, treating them as if they were mere toys rather than extraordinary creations. The man's eyes widened with shock after seeing the 5 mythic-grade and 1 Empyrean-grade treasure. You crafted that in one day? That's impossible! You clearly purchased these treasures!" the man screamed out loud, attracting the attention of those nearby. "Sare, the Evil Fire." Eat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "That's quite the accusation," Yuan said. "Anyone with a working brain knows that isn't possible. Even a divine blacksmith wouldn't be able to craft 6 treasures of such quality in a day." "Guess I am just different." Yuan casually shrugged. The man gritted his teeth in frustration. "This is blasphemy. You're a disgrace. I bet you're not even a blacksmith. Now you're just slandering me. Do you have proof that I didn't craft these treasures? How do you know that I didn't craft them prior to our last conversation?" "That's right. If you had these treasures from the start, you would have shown them during that day. Why did you leave for a day? I was hungry, so I went to eat some food," Yuan said, leaving the man speechless. Search thenovelfire.net, website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1766, Metal Tower 4. Noticing the commotion between Yuan and the man, the nearby blacksmiths eventually approached them and asked, "What's going on here?" "This bastard here is mocking us blacksmiths." "Listen to this," the man proceeded to explain the whole situation to the others. Naturally, he spoke from his point of view, labeling Yuan as the bad guy. He most likely purchased those treasures from somewhere. The blacksmiths frowned deeply as they learned of Yuan's actions. Most of them were platinum-ranked blacksmiths, seasoned and proud of their craft. Yuan's actions were enough to provoke any blacksmith, let alone ones of their caliber, if they were true. Seeing this, Yuan retrieved his obsidian rank badge and shoved it before them. That's an obsidian badge," the man stammered, his voice shaking with disbelief. "Only divine blacksmiths can qualify for that rank? You are a divine blacksmith. Why didn't you say so?" His face, which had been full of scorn just moments ago, now bore a mix of shock and awe as he gazed at the badge that symbolized the rank he had long dreamed of achieving. "Why didn't I say so? Why must I disclose such information to you when I'm trying to attract the metal tower's attention? Who do you think you are?" Yuan sneered. The man's jaw dropped, speechless. "Now that I have cleared up the misunderstanding, why don't we all return to our objective, acquiring the metal tower's attention?" Yuan sat behind his display and closed his eyes, seemingly entering cultivation. The blacksmiths there looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they turned around and returned to their own spots. The man beside Yuan quietly sat down and lowered his head, doing his best to avoid drawing any attention from Yuan, as if trying to make himself invisible. Yuan's display quickly drew the attention of not only the shoppers, but also the other blacksmiths on the first floor of the tower. In no time, a curious and growing crowd had gathered around his setup, intrigued by the treasures he had laid out. "Do these beautiful treasures have names?" one curious shopper asked. "No, they do not have a name. See TONovelAfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." "How long did it take you to craft such masterpieces?" one blacksmith asked. "The Empyrean-grade treasure took about half a day, and the others only took several hours in total." "What?" the blacksmiths exclaimed, looking like they'd just witnessed a ghost. The crowd found it hard to believe that someone could craft 6 flawless treasures in a single day. However, the blacksmiths had already heard about Yuan's status as an obsidian-ranked blacksmith, so they didn't dare to voice any doubts. "What?" the blacksmith exclaimed, looking like they'd just witnessed a ghost. The crowd found it hard to believe that someone could craft 6 flawless treasures in a single day. However, the blacksmiths had already heard about Yuan's status as an obsidian-ranked blacksmith, so they didn't dare to voice any doubts. "Are any of these treasures for sale?" someone suddenly asked. Well, most blacksmiths came to the tower not only to showcase their treasures, but also to sell them. Yuan had no such intention. He had no need to sell his creations. His sole purpose was to use them as a means to attract the metal tower's attention. After several days of sitting idly with no noticeable change, a sudden commotion erupted on the first floor, breaking the monotony and drawing everyone's attention. "Someone from the metal tower is here, looking around. This is our chance." Upon hearing that someone from the tower had arrived, the blacksmiths immediately began tidying up their showcases, frantically, trying to make their displays more presentable and impressive. Meanwhile, Yuan remained seated, his eyes closed and his demeanor calm, as though the news held no significance to him. At the same time, a handsome young man strolled through the first floor, dressed in an elegant black outfit adorned with a golden badge on his chest that read "Metal." Everywhere he walked, people around him offered respectful stares, their admiration evident. The blacksmiths in particular had eyes that gleamed with hope and desperation, eager to catch even a moment of his attention. Yet not a single blacksmith dared to approach him, almost as if he was out of their reach. The handsome man didn't stop walking until he was standing right before Yuan's display. "Are you the one who recently became an obsidian-rank blacksmith?" the young man asked. "And you must be Lai Yan's friend." The handsome man's eyebrows twitched slightly at Yuan's casual response, a hint of offense flashing across his face. He glanced at the weapons on display, his gaze lingering only briefly, just a fraction longer than a passing look, before sneering. "What a waste of time. I can't believe I came all the way down here for something so mediocre." The handsome man's words shocked everyone there. Even Yuan raised an eyebrow at the man's abrupt aggression. "Is that what you truly think?" Yuan asked the handsome man. "Did you even look at my treasures?" The handsome man sneered. "Who are you to question my judgment? You're just a nobody who recently achieved the rank of obsidian. Even the worst blacksmith in the tower can craft something 100 times better than this crap." Hearing this, Yuan sighed and said calmly, "It seems I've wasted my time here. If the metal tower is run by childish individuals who lack the discernment to recognize true craftsmanship, I'd rather invest my time at another tower." As he spoke, Yuan packed up his treasures and prepared to leave. The handsome man frowned, his eyes flickering with fury. "Hold it right there. Where do you think you're going? Do you really think you can mock me and just walk away like nothing happened?" He snapped, his voice sharp with indignation. Yuan stopped and looked at the handsome man. "Of course, unless you plan on stopping me." Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven. That's... The blacksmiths gasped in shock upon seeing number 1 under heaven. Yuan's masterpiece. Even the handsome man, despite his earlier attitude, couldn't help but fix his gaze on it. Unbeknownst to him, his expression shifted, his face now filled with awe and admiration. "I guess you're not going to stop me, after all." A moment later, Yuan casually stowed away number 1 under heaven, leaving the blacksmiths around him in visible despair. It was as if a cherished toy had been snatched away from a child, their excitement instantly replaced with disappointment and longing. Search the novel Fire. Net, website on Google to access chapters of novels early, and in the highest quality, chapter 1767, A Chance of Redemption. After putting away number 1 under heaven, Yuan continued walking toward the exit. Seeing this, the handsome man snapped out of his daze and shouted, "Halt!" However, Yuan kept on walking, and he spoke as he walked. "Who do you think you are to stop me from leaving? You already said my treasures are not worth the metal tower's attention, so why would I continue wasting time here? Let's not waste each other's time." The handsome man trembled with anger, but he couldn't bring himself to utter another word. Saying anything further would be tantamount to admitting his own fault and misjudgment. Therefore, the handsome man and the others could only watch as Yuan nonchalantly left the metal tower. He actually left the man who had been stationed next to Yuan, muttered in a dazed tone, his face frozen in a dumbfounded expression. A few moments after Yuan departed from the metal tower, before the handsome man and the others could fully process what had just occurred, another figure appeared. It was an old man with a bald head, dressed in an outfit similar to the one worn by the handsome man. That presence just now, where is it? Where did it go? The old man bellowed, his voice commanding and urgent, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. "Signor Liao, what brings you down here?" the handsome man exclaimed, a look of genuine surprise spreading across his face as he caught sight of the old man. However, the old man, Signor Liao, ignored his question and asked again, "The presence that appeared just now, where did it go? Where is the treasure that emitted such presence?" That's the handsome man stammered, swallowing nervously as he hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. "What are you hiding from me, apprentice Tuan?" Signor Liao frowned. The handsome man sighed and said, "I wouldn't dare, Signor Liao. This is what happened." He recounted the events to Signor Liao, detailing everything that had occurred. However, he carefully omitted certain details, most notably the reason Yuan had decided to leave. Unfortunately for him, Signor Liao was not something easily fooled. He narrowed his eyes at Apprentice Huan and said in a cold voice, "Apprentice Huan, I accepted you because of your potential, but I am beginning to doubt my own judgment. I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Bring that person you chased away back to the metal tower. If you cannot do even that, you no longer need to return to the metal tower, Signor Liao." Apprentice Huan's face contorted in despair, his expression twisting into something almost unrecognizable. Having only joined the metal tower a decade ago, if he were kicked out over something as seemingly trivial as this, he'd become a laughingstock among his peers and ruin his reputation entirely. "I will not repeat myself. You have 1 month to bring him back." Signor Liao turned around and walked away, leaving Apprentice Huan and the others speechless. Snapping out of his daze a moment later, Apprentice Huan turned toward the exit of the tower. Without hesitation, he rushed outside, determined to find Yuan and convince him to return to the metal tower. Although it hadn't been long since Yuan left the metal tower, his figure was nowhere to be seen. Fuck! Where did he go? Did he really leave to another tower? Apprentice Huan stomped his feet in frustration. He didn't want to travel to the other towers, but there was nothing he could do as his future and reputation depended on it. Meanwhile, after leaving the metal tower, Yuan immediately went to the nearest teleport formation. "I'd like to visit the other breakthrough towers," he said to the individual managing the teleportation formation. "Which one?" "I will let you pick. Sayarch, the Novel Fire Note website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." "Okay?" Sometime later, Yuan stepped into the teleportation formation. When he emerged on the other side, he found himself in a different city. Turning his gaze toward the skyline, he saw a massive tower in the distance. While it was just as majestic as the metal tower, its design and structure were distinctly different. This tower resembled a towering pagoda, exuding an air of elegance and tradition. Yuan looked at the man managing the teleport formation and asked, "Which breakthrough tower is that?" "Huh?" Although the man was puzzled by such a weird question, he answered regardless, "That would be the Marshall Tower. Is that so?" Yuan approached the tower. Unlike the bustling and open atmosphere of the metal tower, the Marshall Tower exuded a sense of exclusivity and focus. Its entrance was closed, yet thousands of people had gathered outside, their attention fixed on 5 large jade tablets prominently displayed near the tower. The crowd buzzed with intensity, their gazes locked on the tablets as though they held immense significance. Yuan picked a jade tablet at random and looked at the contents written on it. "It's a martial technique." It didn't take long for Yuan to realize what he was looking at. Each jade tablet showcased a martial technique of a different rank engraved onto its surface. The first tablet displayed a mortal rank technique, the second an earth rank technique, and so on, progressing through the ranks until the highest, an ancient rank technique, was reached. After looking through all 5 martial techniques, Yuan looked around until he found someone who wasn't completely focused on the techniques and approached them. "Excuse me, but what is the purpose of these jade tablets?" The woman he approached looked at him with raised eyebrows and said, "If you can improve any of the martial techniques on the jade tablet and achieve a satisfactory result, the Marshall Tower will accept you into their organization." Yuan understood the situation immediately, but he continued asking, "Why are they all of different ranks? There's even a mortal rank technique, which is obviously going to be the easiest to improve. Wouldn't it be fairer if all of the techniques were of the same rank?" "That's simple," she explained. "The more difficult the challenge you take on, the higher your position within the organization will be if you succeed." "That makes sense. Thank you for your time and explanation." Yuan returned to focusing on the martial techniques shortly after. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1768, Martial Tower. To improve a martial technique, one must first learn and master it. For Yuan, who had lived multiple lives as powerful immortals, each reigning supreme in their respective eras, this process came naturally. His vast experience with countless techniques made him exceptionally adept in this domain. After spending a few hours carefully studying the jade tablet with the ancient rank technique, Yuan fully grasped it. He then spent the rest of the day with his eyes closed, mentally practicing the martial technique as if he were crafting a treasure within his mind, refining every detail and perfecting it in his imagination. If it weren't for a disturbance, he would have spent some more time inside his mind. "I've finally found you," Apprentice Tuan shouted when he noticed Yuan amongst the crowd. Due to Yuan's handsome features, he stuck out like a sore thumb no matter how big the crowd around him was. After leaving the metal tower, Apprentice Tuan spent several hours scouring the city in search of Yuan. Eventually, he decided to check the teleportation formation, hoping for a lead. Sure enough, the attendant working the formation remembered Yuan and confirmed that he had used it recently. Yuan frowned after seeing Apprentice Tuan and said, "Don't tell me you followed me all the way here. I had no choice. You must return to the metal tower with me as soon as possible." "Senior Liao wants to see you," Apprentice Tuan said, not even bothering to apologize. "Senior who?" Yuan raised an eyebrow at this unfamiliar name. "You don't even know the master of the metal tower, Liao Tian? He once held the title of God of Creation before retiring." Apprentice Tuan exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Thanks for the introduction. I definitely didn't know him before it." You disrespectful son." Apprentice Tuan forcefully stopped himself from finishing the sentence. "Now you know who summoned you. Follow me back to the metal tower, however," Yuan sneered. "So what if he was once the god of creation? Even if he were the current god of creation, I don't care. If he wants me to return to the metal tower, he better invite me in person." "You're going too far, bastard," Apprentice Juan roared. "I'm going too far? You were the one who drove me away, and instead of apologizing, you're still looking down on me. Unless this Liao Tian visits me personally, I won't return to the metal tower until I visit the other 4 breakthrough towers," Yuan declared, leaving Apprentice Juan speechless. After a moment of silence, he trembled in anger and screamed, "Either you follow me back willingly, or I will force you to go back." "Oh, I'd love to see you try." Yuan beckoned Apprentice Juan. This was the perfect time for him to improve the ancient rank technique through practical use. Sereth, the NovoFireNet website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Apprentice Juan sneered in disdain and released his cultivation base, which was at the first level of Divine Ancestor. Senior Liao only mentioned bringing him back to the metal tower. He didn't say in what condition. "I'll drag him back even if it's only his corpse." Apprentice Juan laughed inwardly, showing a menacing expression on his face. Seeing that 2 experts were about to clash, the people there immediately scrambled to safety. Yuan retrieved his baneful abyss, as the ancient rank technique was a dagger technique. "Since this is the stairway to heaven's trial, I don't have to worry about killing innocent people with its powerful poison." Apprentice Juan trembled in fear after sensing the baneful abyss' ominous aura. "Did you create that monstrosity?" Apprentice Juan asked with a deep frown. "Where are your morals? Morals? I'm surprised you can even utter such a word." Yuan laughed out loud. He then shouted out loud, "Marshal Tower, are you watching this right now? I will now display my improvements for the ancient rank martial technique." Yuan pointed the baneful abyss at Apprentice Juan and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, after all. How else will you tell Liao Tian to come find me? Arrogant son of a bitch." Just as Apprentice Juan leaped forward, Yuan's aura exploded after activating True Dragon Awakening. The abrupt appearance of such powerful pressure startled Apprentice Juan, causing him to hesitate for a split second. Yuan used this opportunity to attack. A black streak of light appeared, piercing Apprentice Juan's left arm faster than one could blink their eyes. "What?" Before Apprentice Juan could even process what was happening, an intense pain suddenly engulfed his entire body. It felt as though his insides were melting, the agony so overwhelming that it left him gasping for breath and unable to think clearly. If Apprentice Juan's cultivation weren't at the Divine Ancestor realm, he would have perished the second baneful abyss touched him. As Apprentice Juan rolled on the ground, screaming in pain, Yuan approached him. Right before Apprentice Juan succumbed to the poison, Yuan removed the poison. "Go back to Liao Tian and tell him to see me personally if he wants me to return to the metal tower," he said a moment later. A deafening silence enveloped the area as the onlookers stood frozen in disbelief. They couldn't fathom how easily Yuan had defeated someone several cultivation realms stronger than himself, executing the feat with such effortless grace. "Ha ha ha!" An amused laugh suddenly shattered the silence. When Yuan and the others turned toward the source of the laughter, they saw a wise-looking old man standing before them. His presence so sudden and silent it was as if he had materialized like a ghost. "Yi, you are apprentice." Juan instantly recognized this old man, as did the other onlookers. Lord Z, everyone except Yuan, immediately lowered their heads in respect toward the old man, whose aura and demeanor made it clear that he was a figure of immense significance. Without even looking at Apprentice Juan, the old man faced Yuan and spoke with a smile on his face. "That was magnificent, your improvement to that martial technique. How long did it take you to come up with something like that?" "A little under a day. If I hadn't been interrupted by someone, I could have improved it even further," he replied. The old man's eyes widened. Chapter 1769, Martial Tower, 2. "I see, so it only took you a day to improve an ancient rank technique. Your wisdom and talent is very impressive. How about joining our Martial Tower? Let us usher martial techniques into a new era together," said Lord Zia. Yuan then said, "I can join the Martial Tower, but will I be allowed to visit the other breakthrough towers afterward?" Lord Zia nodded. "Of course." While we are very competitive with each other, we all have similar goals and ambitions. We won't bar you from joining other towers just because you are associated with another tower. In that case, I'll join the martial tower. Ha ha ha, great choice, my young friend. Follow me. I'll give you a tour around the place. Yuan nodded and followed Lord Z into the tower. Meanwhile, apprentice Juan remained standing outside the martial tower with a perplexed expression on his face. On one hand, he couldn't return to the metal tower without Yuan. On the other, he couldn't approach Yuan with Lord Z beside him. Lord Z was not just a member of the martial tower. His status was akin to Liao Tian in the metal tower, with a significant amount of achievements under his belt. Upon stepping onto the first floor of the martial tower, Yuan was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a bustling training ground. Numerous individuals were scattered throughout, diligently practicing martial techniques and honing their skills. The first 10 floors of the tower are essentially the same, Lord Z explained. The martial tower isn't just about improving martial techniques. We also create and record them, of course. We only have access to techniques that are entrusted to us. When we started, our resources were scarce, with barely any techniques to work with, but over time, as we proved ourselves by refining and enhancing techniques, more and more people began trusting us with their precious techniques. At the end of the room was a teleportation formation that provided access to the upper floors. Since the first 10 floors were essentially identical, they proceeded directly to the 11th floor. SARC, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Unlike the bustling training ground on the first floor, the 11th floor resembled a vast library. Shelves lined the walls, filled with scrolls and books, and many individuals were seated, deeply engrossed in studying martial techniques. The next 10 floors are like this, Lord Z said as they walked around the place. We house martial techniques ranging from mortal rank to celestial rank. However, only a select few individuals are permitted to study techniques above supreme rank. All of the techniques on this floor are merely mortal rank. Everyone starts from mortal rank techniques. In order to study the next rank, they must increase their contribution, which can be gained through improving or creating martial techniques. For example, improving a mortal rank technique will gain 1 contribution point, while creating a mortal rank technique will grant 10 points. The next 10 floors are like this, Lord Z said as they walked around the place. We house martial techniques ranging from mortal rank to celestial rank. However, only a select few individuals are permitted to study techniques above supreme rank. All of the techniques on this floor are merely mortal rank. Everyone starts from mortal rank techniques. In order to study the next rank, they must increase their contribution, which can be gained through improving or creating martial techniques. For example, improving a mortal rank technique will gain 1 contribution point, while creating a mortal rank technique will gain 1 contribution point, while creating a mortal rank technique will grant 10 points. Since you've already improved an ancient rank technique, you'll automatically be allowed to study martial techniques up to ancient rank techniques. Next, they proceeded directly to the 21st floor. Unlike the previous floors, this one featured only a few rooms, each with a closed door. These are seclusion chambers, Lord Z explained. They're reserved for individuals working on creating new martial techniques. Let me show you how they work. They entered an unoccupied room, and to Yuan's surprise, the interior was completely bare, devoid of any furniture or decorations. The emptiness was stark and unexpected. However, upon closer inspection, Yuan noticed the room was actually filled with powerful formations. I know what you're thinking. How can someone create martial techniques in such a boring environment? Creating martial techniques was a challenging and intricate process. There were several approaches to it, with the most common being drawing inspiration from one's surroundings or observing others in combat. Some even derived martial techniques from nature, studying the movements of an insect walking, a bird flying, or the flow of water in a stream could spark the creation of a new technique. There are multiple formations inside this room which can be used to do this. Lord Z closed his eyes, and moments later, the empty room began to shift and change. The surroundings transformed, and they found themselves standing at the edge of a towering cliff, overlooking a vast, endless ocean. The sound of crashing waves and the scent of salty air filled the space, making the illusion feel incredibly real. The scenery shifted once more a few moments later, and they now found themselves witnessing a breathtaking battle between two powerful cultivators in the starry sky. The clash of their techniques lit up the cosmos, each strike rippling through the heavens with unimaginable force. "The only limitation is your imagination," said Lord Z. Once they left the room, Lord Z said, "This is the furthest I can take you inside the Marshall Tower. Here is your Marshall Tower badge, which can be used as a storage ring and a communication jade slip. You can also see which floors you have access to inside. In order to gain more access, I need to contribute to the Marshall Tower, correct?" Yuan asked. Lord Z nodded. "What gives the most contribution points?" Lord Z chuckled and said, "I like your enthusiasm, but it takes time to reach the top. However, if you can create a mythic rank technique, I'll consider giving you a quick promotion to the top." "A mythic rank technique, huh?" Yuan mumbled. Even with his vast experience throughout multiple lifetimes, it wasn't easy to create a mythic rank technique on the spot. The martial techniques he had made before all required hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Of course, they were all top martial techniques amongst their ranks. "All right, then, I will immediately start," Yuan said a moment later. "Sure thing. Now that you're a member of the Marshall Tower, you're free to do as you please. If you ever need help with anything, you can speak with the others," Lord Z said to him before leaving him alone. Yuan returned to the room shortly after. Search the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1770. Creating a new martial technique. After returning to the seclusion chamber, Yuan sat down and closed his eyes, entering a state of deep contemplation about the martial technique he intended to create. Unlike crafting treasures of specific ranks, creating a martial technique was far more unpredictable and perplexing. Even if Yuan aimed to create a mythic rank technique, there was no guarantee it would achieve that rank. It could just as easily result in an ancient rank technique or even something of lower rank, depending on the execution and refinement of his concept. However, there was a method to increase the likelihood of creating martial techniques of a specific rank by combining two or more techniques of that rank. By merging their principles and mechanics, one could craft a new, often more powerful technique that retained the essence of its predecessors while pushing beyond its original limitations. For instance, Yuan could attempt to merge two mythic rank techniques together to create a superior technique. However, while the concept sounded simple, it was far more difficult to achieve in practice, as the techniques needed to be compatible with each other. Even a minor incompatibility could cause the fusion to fail or result in a broken technique. After several hours of deep contemplation, Yuan decided to attempt creating a combination technique using 9 supreme swords and Asura's blade of execution, two exceptionally powerful mythic rank techniques. Not only did Yuan possess complete mastery and understanding of both techniques, but their foundations were remarkably similar, making them ideal candidates for fusion. 9 supreme swords focused on overwhelming and dominating its target through relentless and precise strikes, whereas Asura's blade of execution was designed purely for lethal efficiency, delivering swift and decisive killing blows. If he successfully combined the two techniques, Yuan would create a martial technique capable of unleashing immense destruction, one that could dominate and annihilate targets with unparalleled precision and lethal force. Using his imagination and the unique capabilities of the seclusion chamber, Yuan began visualizing the combination of the two techniques. The formations within the chamber responded to his thoughts, creating an illusion that vividly demonstrated the potential outcome of combining 9 supreme swords and Asura's blade of execution. However, Yuan didn't stop there and tried several variations of the technique until he was satisfied with the results. As Yuan became deeply engrossed in the process of creating his new technique, time seemed to blur, and before he realized it, nearly an entire month had passed in the blink of an eye. After using the formation to demonstrate the technique one last time, Yuan left the seclusion chamber with a satisfied smile on his face. Then he used the Marshall Tower's badge to contact Lord Z. Unfortunately, due to a lack of authority, Yuan could only send a message to Lord Z and wait for a response. While he waited for Lord Z to respond, Yuan visited the lower floors, specifically the 27th floor, which contained mostly ancient rank techniques. When Yuan arrived at the 27th floor, he noticed a stark contrast in the number of people present. Unlike the bustling 21st floor, which was crowded with hundreds of individuals, this floor had only about a dozen people scattered throughout. The number of available techniques on the 27th floor was also significantly lower. While the 21st floor boasted tens of thousands of techniques filling tall shelves, the 27th floor had only about 100 ancient rank techniques carefully arranged. Yuan proceeded to take a look at these techniques. Naturally, he had no plans of improving them and only wanted to learn some new techniques. Since this place was created by the stairway to heaven, these techniques are mine to begin with. After looking through several techniques, Yuan realized that most of them were martial techniques meant for daggers, almost as if it was implying something. This trial must be related to Tian Kai. Although he already had such suspicions, he wasn't certain until he saw these techniques. Several hours later, Yuan's Marshal Tower badge trembled, indicating that someone was trying to contact him. "Come to the 10th floor. I'll be there in 5 minutes," Lord Z's voice echoed. Hearing this, Yuan promptly made his way to the 10th floor. Expecting to find a few people training, he was surprised to discover the floor completely empty, with not a single soul present besides himself. Lord Z showed up a few minutes later, but there was a solemn expression on his face. "You better not be messing with me when you said that you have finished creating a new mythic rank martial technique. It hasn't even been a month since our last conversation, after all." Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I wouldn't dare to lie." Lord Z narrowed his eyes as he studied Yuan. Having spent tens of thousands of years with the Marshal Tower and personally creating dozens of mythic rank techniques, he fully understood the immense difficulty and time required to achieve such a feat. Yet, in all his centuries of experience, he had never encountered or even heard of anyone crafting a mythic rank technique in such an astoundingly short period of time. "I will give you one chance to double-check your creation," Lord Z said, his expression grim and his tone severe. "If it turns out that you've wasted my time, I will expel you from the Marshal Tower immediately. I have no tolerance for those who carelessly create techniques." Hearing such words, Yuan merely nodded in silence. "Good. Then attack me with your new technique. Do not worry about hurting me." Lord Z unleashed his aura, revealing his cultivation to be in the golden immortal realm. Yuan immediately began demonstrating his newly created technique, and as he did so, his killing intent surged to an overwhelming level, catching Lord Z off guard. Suddenly, an avatar resembling God of War's astral arts appeared above Lord Z. It carried a massive sword in one hand and an equally imposing dagger in the other. The sword radiated a domineering aura, exuding an overwhelming power that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. At the same time, the dagger emanated an intense killing intent, so profound it felt as though it could annihilate all life in an instant. The sheer presence of the technique was suffocating. Leaving Lord Z in stunned silence, Search the Novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1771, God of War's Final Execution. "What? A terrifying technique," Lord Z muttered, his voice trembling as he stared at the avatar. He could feel an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from it, his entire being shuddering in a mixture of fear and awe. Although Yuan had initially intended to combine only 9 supreme swords and Asura's blade of execution, he found himself incorporating elements of God of War's astral arts into the mix. "I call this technique God of War's Final Execution." Yuan made a subtle gesture, and in response, the avatar above Lord Z raised both its arms. Without hesitation, it began slashing with its sword and stabbing with its dagger in a relentless assault. Lord Z enveloped his body in immortal chi, bracing himself as he raised his arms to block the incoming strikes. While he initially managed to deflect the first few attacks with relative ease, he soon noticed that each successive strike grew more powerful and increasingly difficult to withstand. While the 9 supreme swords concluded with 9 devastating strikes, God of War's final execution followed an entirely different principle. The technique was relentless, continuing its assault until its target was utterly obliterated. What made it even more terrifying was its escalating power, each strike growing stronger than the last. However, this came at a significant cost, as every attack drained Yuan's spiritual energy. Moreover, the energy expenditure increased alongside the technique's growing strength, meaning the longer it lasted, the more difficult it became for Yuan to sustain. At Yuan's current cultivation level, even if he could recover his spiritual energy in the blink of an eye, it wouldn't matter if a single strike demanded more energy than he could supply. In the end, Yuan managed to execute God of War's final execution 20 times, cutting through approximately 60% of Lord Zia's immortal qi before exhausting the limits of his current capabilities. However, this performance did not take into account Yuan's chaotic essence, a different source of energy that, if utilized, could elevate the technique to an entirely new and far more devastating level. Lord Zia looked at his damaged immortal qi with a profound expression on his face. What a devastating technique. He's only a spirit sovereign, but he's managed to damage a golden immortal's immortal qi to this extent. He might actually have the capability to slay a bronze immortal with this technique if he increased his cultivation a little more. Lord Z thought to himself, Sayark, the Ehoval Fire et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What do you think? How would you rank this technique? Yuan suddenly asked, his back soaked in sweat. What do you think? How would you rank this technique? Yuan suddenly asked, his back soaked in sweat. Lord Z pondered for a moment before finally responding, This technique is undeniably at least mythic rank. In fact, it rivals the strongest supreme rank martial techniques I've encountered, and I would rank it as such. Moreover, I believe there is potential to refine and elevate this technique to celestial rank in the future. Supreme rank, huh? I guess that means I qualify for promotion, right? Yuan said with a smile. Lord Z fell silent for a moment before laughing out loud. You are correct. I will keep my word and promote you. Congratulations, you've become the highest-ranking member of our martial tower in a record-breaking time. Thank you. Now that you have full access to the martial tower, where would you like to go? Lord Z asked. What's on the highest floor? Yuan asked. That would be my private living quarters. Unfortunately, it is only accessible to me, said Lord Z. Ah, I see. Then I'll just take a look at the other floors. In that case, I will return to my own work. I can't wait to see how you'll contribute to the martial tower in the future. After Lord Z left, Yuan made his way to the 28th floor of the tower, where all the mythic rank techniques were stored. However, upon arriving at his destination, Yuan was surprised to see not a single mythic rank technique available. He went to the 29th floor next, and sure enough, there was not a single supreme rank technique available. However, Yuan wasn't too shocked, only slightly disappointed. I bet the real martial tower would be filled with martial techniques on these floors, he muttered to himself. Despite anticipating that the 30th floor would likely be empty, Yuan decided to investigate anyway. Upon arriving and spotting a single technique available on the otherwise vacant floor, he realized his effort had been well worth it. Yuan immediately approached the technique, which rested elegantly on a stand crafted from fine jade. With curiosity and anticipation, he began reading the technique. Sometime later, Shadow Veil learned Shadow Veil rank, Celestial Mastery Level. One description: envelope yourself in a veil of shadow, completely erasing your presence. While under the shadow's embrace, you become undetectable by divine sense and all detection techniques. Although Celestial Overlord Qiong had given him a technique that concealed his presence, Shadow Veil was incomparably better and could rival even Yingza's natural invisible presence as a shadow dweller. Actually, this technique was most likely inspired by shadow dwellers and their lack of presence, Yuan thought to himself. This technique is also perfect for this trial. With this technique, I will be able to spy on the breakthrough towers with more ease. The first thought that crossed Yuan's mind after acquiring the concealment technique was to use it to explore the highest floor of the martial tower, Lord Zai's living quarters. However, after giving it more consideration, Yuan decided to hold off until he had visited the other breakthrough towers. Sneaking into Lord Zia's quarters while he was still in the tower posed unnecessary risks. I should lure him out of the tower before I investigate his place, Yuan concluded, formulating a more cautious plan. With that in mind, Yuan decided to visit the next breakthrough tower. Meanwhile, Tan Sung-yun was utterly bewildered after witnessing Yuan create a supreme rank technique in just a single month. Adding to her astonishment were the numerous other achievements he had demonstrated during the trial. Not only can he craft Empyrean-rank treasures with ease, but he's also capable of creating powerful martial techniques in such a short time. His talent is simply outrageous, she thought, swallowing nervously as she recalled Yuan mentioning his previous lives. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality Chapter 1772 Cultivation Tower. After learning the martial technique Shadow Veil, Yuan left the martial tower to visit another breakthrough tower. However, upon leaving the tower, he noticed an individual standing right outside. This person was Apprentice Tuan, who had decided to remain outside the martial tower to wait for Yuan. After all, he couldn't return to the metal tower without Yuan. The moment Apprentice Tuan noticed Yuan coming out, he rushed over to block his path. "You're really persistent. I'll give you that," Yuan said. "I will not return to the metal tower without you. In that case—" "You can kill me if you want, but I will not budge," Apprentice Tuan said, his voice unexpectedly calm. "My life will be over if I return to the metal tower without you anyway." His usual arrogant and haughty demeanor was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a quiet resignation. "I won't kill you, but I also won't return to the metal tower with you." Yuan walked around Apprentice Tuan and made his way to the teleportation formation. Apprentice Tuan didn't say anything and followed him behind in silence. Yuan pretended he wasn't even there and continued walking. Soon he arrived at the teleportation formation. When the individual managing the formation noticed the badge on Yuan's chest, he immediately lowered his head and spoke in a respectful tone. "How can I assist you today, Senior?" "Bring me to the Cultivation Tower," Yuan responded, "right away." Once Yuan entered the teleportation formation and disappeared, Apprentice Tuan stepped forward and said, "Take me to the Cultivation Tower as well." "Yes, Senior from the Metal Tower." Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the majestic Cultivation Tower, a structure similar in grandeur to the Martial Tower but exuding a vastly different atmosphere. The air around the Cultivation Tower felt serene and profound, filled with a sense of deep focus and spiritual energy. Moreover, the Cultivation Tower was a magnet for spiritual energy, drawing it in such immense quantities that the surrounding city was shrouded in a visible fog of dense spiritual energy. When spiritual energy gathers in one place and becomes highly concentrated, it condenses into a mist-like form, making it visible to the naked eye. Because of this immense concentration of spiritual energy, the area surrounding the Cultivation Tower became a prime location for cultivators. Only those with significant influence and power were permitted to reside close to the tower, enjoying the richer spiritual energy. Ordinary families and less influential individuals were relegated to the outer areas of the city, far from the tower's core benefits. As Yuan neared the Cultivation Tower, a guard noticed him and approached with a measured stride. However, the moment the guard's eyes landed on the badge displayed on Yuan's chest, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Without saying a word, the guard hastily turned around and walked away with even larger strides, almost as if running away from a ghost while trying not to look scared. Outside the Cultivation Tower's entrance, a group of cultivators stood gathered around a single tablet, their eyes fixed on its inscriptions. Curious, Yuan approached and read the tablet's contents. As expected, it displayed a cultivation technique. However, something about the technique felt off. Yuan couldn't immediately identify what was wrong, but he couldn't shake the strong sense that something wasn't right with it. After staring intently for a while, Yuan's eyes lit up with a spark of realization. He muttered to himself, "Oh, I see. There's an error in this cultivation technique. No wonder something about it felt off. When the other cultivators overheard Yuan's words, they instantly snapped their heads in his direction, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Do you know where the error is? One of them suddenly asked. Yes, I do. Ah, this must be the trial, Yuan said with a smile. While the martial tower required participants to improve a martial technique, the cultivation tower had a different challenge. Identifying the faults or errors within a cultivation technique. This task demanded not only a deep understanding of cultivation principles, but also keen eyes to see the flaws. He only just got here. How can he see through the flaws so quickly? Someone there exclaimed. Look at the badge on his chest. He's from the Martial Tower. Seer through novelifire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Martial techniques and cultivation techniques are completely different from each other. Just because he's good at one does not mean he's good at the other. Most of the people there have been studying the tablet for months, if not years. Although they were aware the cultivation technique had a flaw, they didn't know where to find the error. I don't believe you. If you truly believe that you have found the error, then prove it and summon the examiner. This individual pointed at the bell located right beside the tablet. Without hesitation, Yuan approached the bell and rang it. Shortly after the sound of the bell ended, an individual appeared before Yuan like a ghost and asked, "Are you the one who summoned me?" "Yes," Yuan confirmed. "Then tell me, where is the error in this cultivation technique? If you fail, you will not have another chance in this lifetime, understand?" Yuan nodded and said, "Allow me to demonstrate it." He sat down and began cultivating using the cultivation technique written on the tablet. A few minutes later, Yuan recited a specific line from the technique aloud and explained, "This part is the error." At a glance, it might seem fine, but over time, it causes long-term side effects that could damage and ultimately ruin one's spiritual veins. The examiner stared at Yuan in silence for a long moment before nodding his head. "Congratulations. You have managed to find the error in this cultivation technique. I see that you're already part of the Martial Tower, but we do no discriminate. Do you wish to join our cultivation tower too?" "Yes, I would like to join the cultivation tower." "Very well. Follow me. I'll give you a tour." Yuan nodded and followed the examiner inside the tower. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads. Chapter 1773, Cultivation Tower 2. As Yuan followed the examiner inside the cultivation tower, the man said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ming Wu, and I have been working at the cultivation tower for over 5,000 years. My name is Yuan. How long have you been with the Martial Tower?" "Not long. About a month, I see." "Then, how much do you know about the cultivation tower?" Ming Wu suddenly asked. "I know that they improve and create cultivation techniques, much like the Martial Tower." "You're not wrong, but we are much more important than the Martial Tower, no matter how they try to argue otherwise. We are the foundation of the cultivation world. Without cultivation techniques, there would be no cultivators," said Ming Wu. "Well, I can't argue with that logic. At least you're understanding. There are others from the Martial Tower who have joined our cultivation tower, but they are all too stubborn to admit that we are more important than them," Ming Wu sighed. "I won't argue with you over that subject, if that's what you're trying to make me do. Then let me ask you, why did you join us? To learn more about cultivation techniques, is that a bad answer?" "Not necessarily. I joined the tower myself because I wanted a better cultivation technique. However, as I spent time in this place, I began to learn and understand the importance of cultivation techniques anyway. The first floor isn't used for anything, and the real tower begins on the second floor. When they arrived on the second floor, Yuan could see a single individual cultivating in the center of the room. The cultivation tower has the lowest number of members because we are the hardest to qualify for, after all. We don't want anyone messing up cultivation techniques and potentially crippling people. More than half of our members are dedicated to checking cultivation techniques to ensure they are safe to use. The others focus on improving existing cultivation techniques, and very few of us actually create new cultivation techniques." "I see, and how does one increase their rank in the cultivation tower?" Yuan asked a moment later. There are only 2 ranks in the Cultivation Tower, Ming Wu explained. The first is the Tower Master, and the rest of us share the same rank, so there's no need to concern yourself too much with titles. What differentiates us are our jobs, of course. Seniority still plays a role in our hierarchy. So I have full access to the Cultivation Tower? Yuan asked. You have full access to the resources needed for your specific role, Ming Wu replied. What exactly do you wish to do at our tower? Am I restricted to one role? What if I wish to do everything? Ming Wu's eyes widened at his words. While we are not restricted to a single role, Ming Wu cautioned, you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew, especially since you've only just joined us. Here you're expected to contribute in all roles simultaneously. I have more experience than I look, Yuan said with a calm smile. Ming Wu scoffed. I believe you, but you still have no idea how much effort is required. Let me show you. Ming Wu brought Yuan to an empty floor and handed him 2 different cultivation techniques. This one is a divine rank cultivation technique with an error, and this one is a divine rank that can be improved. I want you to do both of them. Let's see how long it'll take you to accomplish this task. Yuan accepted the 2 cultivation techniques and nodded. All right. Any time limit? No. Take as long as you need. Here's your badge. Contact me once you're done. Ming Wu left Yuan alone shortly after. It'll probably take him several months to finish. Ming Wu thought to himself as he left. However, to Ming Wu's shock, Yuan contacted him before the day was even over. What's wrong? Ming Wu asked after answering Yuan's call through the badge. I'm done. What? Ming Wu's face stiffened. Although he had a good idea of what Yuan meant, he didn't dare to believe it. I'm done with both techniques. Yuan elaborated Seer Theonovelweir net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. There's no way, don't lie to me. Although they might have only been divine rank cultivation techniques, they're not something you can finish in less than a day, Ming Wu said. I'll only waste my breath trying to convince you with words. So I'll show you. Come find me, said Yuan before hanging up on Ming Wu. Hearing this, Ming Wu dropped whatever he was doing and rushed back to Yuan's floor. Seeing Ming Wu before him, Yuan began his demonstration. For the cultivation technique that had an error, Yuan not only pointed out the error, but also found a solution for it, something the Cultivation Tower was still working on. As for the second cultivation technique, which had already been improved by the Cultivation Tower, Yuan managed to improve it with even better results, leaving Ming Wu speechless. What do you think? Do I have what it takes to do multiple roles at once? Yuan asked him with a smile afterward. In response, Ming Wu retrieved 2 more cultivation techniques and handed them to Yuan. Do the same thing with these 2 ancient rank cultivation techniques. If you can manage to do that, I'll speak with the Tower Master and allow you full access to the Cultivation Tower. Deal. Yuan nodded, and he immediately began working on the techniques. Ming Wu didn't immediately leave this time, as he decided to stay behind for a few days to see Yuan's process. Since it had been a long time since Yuan last worked on improving techniques, he initially took some time to regain his footing. However, as he continued to work, his past life experiences began resurfacing with greater clarity. With each attempt, his ability to identify flaws and implement improvements grew significantly sharper and more profound. 2 days later, Yuan opened his eyes and turned to look at Ming Wu, who immediately swallowed nervously. I'm done, he announced with a calm smile on his face. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads. Chapter 1774, Cultivation Tower 3. You're done? It's only been 2 days, you know. There's no way you finished 2 ancient rank techniques in 2 days. Ming Wu shook his head, refusing to believe Yuan. Allow me to prove it, however. Ming Wu raised his hand and said, Wait, let me contact someone first. Give me some time. I'll be back soon. Without offering any further explanation, Ming Wu turned and left, disappearing to an unknown destination. A few hours later, Ming Wu returned, but he wasn't alone. Walking beside him was a stunningly beautiful woman, her presence commanding attention with an air of elegance and grace. "This is the Tower Master," Ming Wu said. "My name is Meng Xuan. Ming Wu told me that you have managed to improve an ancient rank technique and fix another in just 2 days. I never expected someone from the Martial Tower to have such talents with cultivation techniques. Can you show me how you improved the techniques?" she said. Yuan nodded and immediately began demonstrating the improved cultivation techniques. Meng Xuan's eyes widened after seeing the improvements made to the techniques. Both techniques that Ming Wu had given Yuan as a test were cultivation techniques the Cultivation Tower had planned on working on next, so there was no way Yuan could have cheated. "Marvelous!" Meng Xuan exclaimed after seeing the improvements. "Although they're only ancient rank techniques, you've managed to improve them so much that they qualify for a rank promotion. This rarely happens to cultivation techniques," she continued. "Share the Novfire It website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Unlike martial techniques, which can often be elevated to higher ranks through improvements due to their inherently adaptable nature, cultivation techniques are far more rigid and complex. They rarely undergo improvements so profound that they result in a promotion of the technique's rank, as their foundational principles are much harder to alter or refine, and it only took you 2 days to do so. Such talents are rarely seen nowadays. How about this? I have been looking for a successor for some time now, but nobody in the Cultivation Tower has managed to impress me. If you can pass one more trial, I can make you the next Tower Master." "What?" Ming Wu exclaimed in shock. "Tower Master, he just joined us recently. If you make him your successor, the others will not be happy about this." "I know, that's why I want to give him a few more tests. Also, it's not like he'll immediately take my position. I still need to train him," said Meng Xuan. "Still, that isn't fair to the others who have been striving to be your successor for many decades," Ming Wu said, hearing this. Meng Xuan sneered. "I'm surprised you can utter such words without feeling ashamed. The only thing that matters to me is your talent and ability to improve cultivation techniques. I don't care how long you've been in the Cultivation Tower." That's. Ming Wu lowered his head after being lectured by Meng Xuan. "I'll do it," Yuan responded a moment later. "Great." Meng Xuan retrieved 10 techniques and said, "They are all mythic rank techniques, but one of them has an error. It took me nearly 100 years to find the technique with the error and correct it. If you can do so faster, I'll make you my successor." Yuan nodded. All right. Although the trial seemed simple enough, it actually required Yuan to reach a profound understanding of all 10 mythic rank cultivation techniques and find the one with an error. Just learning a single mythic rank cultivation technique would take decades for even talented cultivators, much less understanding them enough to spot errors. "You can come directly to me at the top of the tower once you are done," said Meng Xuan before leaving. Ming Wu didn't linger and followed Meng Xuan. Once he was alone, Yuan laid out the cultivation techniques before him and began studying them. If Yuan had been an ordinary cultivator, having access to so many mythic rank cultivation techniques would have been a life-altering event. However, due to his unique physique, Yuan had little need for cultivation techniques anymore. His body naturally absorbed spiritual energy at a rate far beyond what even the most powerful cultivation techniques could achieve, and he could also gather spiritual energy by consuming monster cores. For him, a cultivation technique was almost redundant. While Yuan studied the techniques, Meng Xuan focused on creating a cultivation technique at the top of the tower. She was confident that Yuan would be able to pass her trial, but she could have never anticipated how fast he'd be able to do it. 14 days after Meng Xuan gave Yuan the trial, she noticed someone had entered her floor. When she opened the door and saw Yuan standing outside, her eyes widened with disbelief. "What are you doing here so soon? Don't tell me you've already finished the task?" Yuan nodded and said yes. Meng Xuan narrowed her eyes and said, "Oh? Then tell me, which technique had the error?" Yuan replied with a smile on his face. "I must admit you fooled me for a bit. After going through all 10 cultivation techniques, I couldn't find any errors in them. I doubted myself a little, so I went through them again, hence why it took this long. There are no errors in those cultivation techniques you gave me." Meng Xuan silently stared at Yuan for a long moment before she burst out laughing. "Amazing. truly amazing. I cannot fathom how you've managed to complete this task so soon, but here you are. All right, I'll make you my successor. No, I wouldn't mind even if you took my position as Tower Master right this moment. What do you even do as the Tower Master? Yuan asked. Everything from correcting cultivation techniques to improving them. Of course, you also need to know how to create them. Have you ever created a cultivation technique before? Yuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I've created plenty of martial techniques before, but I've never created a cultivation technique before. At least I don't have any memories of doing so. Well, there's no need to rush. Despite being at the cultivation tower for tens of thousands of years, I have only created a single cultivation technique. I am in the process of creating my second one. Yuan nodded, searched the novel file. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, Chapter 1775 Successor of the Cultivation Tower. Now that you're my successor and apprentice, I'll have you call me Master, said Meng Xuan with a slight smile on her face. Yuan nodded and said, Master, before we start training, I would like to check out the other breakthrough towers. Why, is the Cultivation Tower and Martial Tower not enough for you? Meng Xuan asked with a slight frown on her face. You're right. I'm not satisfied with just these options. Yuan admitted, as a cultivator, I want to ensure my future is as bright as possible, so I want to visit the other towers and see what I can learn from them as well. It was an excuse Meng Xuan couldn't argue against. She understood his perspective after all. Striving for a better future was something most people, including herself, aspired to achieve. Blaming Yuan for such a mindset would have been unreasonable. Fine, but try not to stay there for too long, she said a moment later. Yuan nodded with a smile. Of course. Thank you for being understanding, Master. However, Yuan didn't immediately leave the cultivation tower. He decided to explore other floors first to see if he could find anything suspicious about the tower. Unfortunately, even after searching through every floor he was permitted to visit as the Tower Master's successor, he couldn't find anything that could put the cultivation tower in a bad light. This trial might be harder than it appears. Yuan just came to this realization. Moreover, he still needed to visit the Alchemy Tower and Array Tower. While his experience in arrays and formations has improved significantly due to Yuning's occasional teachings, he wasn't sure it would be enough to satisfy the Array Tower's requirements. As for the Alchemy Tower, besides learning the basics, he'd barely touched alchemy, so there was a good chance he wouldn't qualify to join them. I guess I'll figure it out when I get there. With that in mind, Yuan left the cultivation tower to visit the other towers. The first thing Yuan noticed after exiting the cultivation tower was Apprentice Huan, who was standing outside, although it had already been longer than a month, longer than the time limit Senior Liao had given him. Apprentice Huan hadn't given up on trying to bring Yuan back to the metal tower. What will it take for you to return to the metal tower with me? Apprentice Huan asked as he followed Yuan to the teleportation formation. I already told you. If you want me to return to the metal tower, you better get Liao Tian to invite me personally. That's what? You still think I'm not worth his time? Not only have I acquired Lord Zi's approval, but I've even managed to become the cultivation tower's successor, Yuan said. What? You became the cultivation tower's successor? Apprentice Huan exclaimed loudly, his face filled with shock. Yuan showed Apprentice Huan the badge Meng Xuan gave him before he left. If you don't believe me, you can ask Meng Xuan yourself, apprentice. Huan sighed. Who am I to speak to the Tower Master? Senior Liao is the Metal Tower's Tower Master too. I have said what I need to. It's up to you whether you listen to me or not. I visited the Metal Tower first, but you drove me away, so this is a grave you dug yourself. Yuan stepped onto the teleportation formation and said, Bring me to the Array Tower. Once Yuan disappeared, Apprentice Huan remained standing outside the teleportation formation with a pondering look on his face. Sometime later he stepped onto the formation and said, The Metal Tower. Upon arriving at the Metal Tower, Apprentice Huan made his way to the highest floor of the tower. What are you doing here, Apprentice Huan? Someone asked, standing outside Liao Tian's doors. His gaze was sharp, and his tone carried curiosity and suspicion as he inquired about Apprentice Huan's reason for being there. "I have an urgent matter with Senior Liao," he said. "You're just a mere apprentice. What business could you possibly have with a tower master that's more important than mine?" sneered the man, who was several ranks above Apprentice Juan. The door suddenly opened, and Liao Tian walked out carrying a dignified aura around him. "Tower master." Just as the man opened his mouth to greet, Liao Tian interrupted, his gaze focused on Apprentice Juan. "I was going to forgive your tardiness since you managed to bring that individual back," Liao Tian said, his voice cold and unyielding. "But what is going on here, Apprentice Juan? Why are you alone?" As he spoke, killing intent began to emanate from his body, causing the air around him to grow heavy with pressure. Not just Apprentice Juan, but the other guy there trembled in fear. "I thought I said not to return unless you have that individual with you. Are my words meaningless to you? Seer, The Suval Fire, Edel website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." "That's not it," Apprentice Juan exclaimed, his voice shaky as his legs trembled uncontrollably. "I found him and tried to convince him to return, but he wouldn't listen. He even dared to say that he'll only come back to the metal tower if you, Senior Liao, personally invite him back." His fear was evident as he struggled to steady himself under Liao Tian's intimidating presence. Which bold bastards dare to utter such "shut the fuck up"? Liao Tian roared at the man who tried to join the conversation. Apprentice Juan continued, "That man not only managed to join the Martial Tower and received Lord Z's approval, but he's also managed to become the Cultivation Tower's successor." Liao Tian's eyes narrowed at this shocking information. "Martial Tower and Cultivation Tower, huh? Well, it doesn't really matter who he belongs to, since I am only after the treasure in his possession," Liao Tian thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Liao Tian said, "Where is he right now?" "He went to the Array Tower before we separated." "Very well. If he wants me to personally see him, I shall do just that." As Liao Tian walked past Apprentice Juan to reach the exit, his arm flickered. The next second, Apprentice Juan's body exploded into a bloody mess. "Clean up this mess, but don't throw away the materials," Liao Tian said to the other man without turning around. "Hey, as you wish, Tower Master." Chapter 1776, Level 4, Array Master. After arriving in the city home to the Array Tower, Yuan was immediately struck by the sheer number of formations that filled the area. The bustling streets were a showcase of intricate arrays and formations, seamlessly integrated into everyday life. From glowing defensive barriers that protected the buildings to automated market stalls and transportation platforms powered by arrays. Compared to all the other places Yuan had visited in the Nine Heavens, this city had an almost futuristic appearance. Moreover, the formations grew increasingly impressive as Yuan approached the Array Tower. The tower itself was a marvel of formation craftsmanship, its structure covered in profound Tier 7 and above formations that radiated an aura of power and complexity. Out of the 5 breakthrough towers, the Array Tower was undeniably the most protected and powerful. Attacking it would be akin to trying to breach a fortress where you could be attacked in every direction, regardless of your location. At the entrance of the Array Tower was a sign that read, "Only Level 5 Array Masters and above qualify to take the entrance exam to join the Array Tower." Level 5 Array Master, huh? Yuan was currently a Level 2 Array Master, though this was primarily because he hadn't yet taken the assessments for the higher levels. His true knowledge and capabilities surpassed his official rank. Occasionally, Yuning, with her extensive expertise, would lecture Yuan, helping to deepen his understanding of the art. While these lessons weren't frequent, they were more than enough to help him become a Level 4 Array Master. "I need to somehow improve my array skills to Level 5 before I can even attempt to join the Array Tower." Yuan left the Array Tower and began wandering the city in hopes of finding something, as he couldn't ask for Yuning's help since she was sent to the spectators' room. However, not wanting to stress out Tan Songyun, Yuan had them sent to a second spectators' room, so while Tan Songyun occupied a room herself, Xiao Hua, Feng Yuxiang, Yuning, and Yingzi also occupied their own rooms. As for Zi Xuan Jiran and Dragon Goddess Yeyu, they remained within Yuan's soul weapons. That said, Yuan wouldn't be able to contact them until the trial ended. Sometime later, Yuan stopped in front of a specific building. Array Masters Association. Such a sign was grandly displayed on this building. "I should improve my rank first," he muttered to himself as he entered the building. SOARC, the Novifier. Edit website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. When Yuan got close enough, the young man standing by the entrance asked, "How can we help you today?" Yuan retrieved his Level 2 Array Master badge and showed it to the young man. "I'm here for a promotion, of course. Please follow me." Yuan followed the young man into a spacious room where 3 individuals were already seated behind desks. Their authoritative auras were palpable, radiating a sense of power and experience that immediately set the tone of the room. It was clear that these 3 were the judges responsible for overseeing his assessment. They studied Yuan with discerning eyes, their expressions neutral but their scrutiny evident. "State your name and current rank," said the old man sitting in the middle. "I am a Level 2 Array Master, Yuan." "Then you'll be partaking in a Level 3 assessment. I want you to create 100 Level 3 array symbols within 10 seconds. You have half a minute to prepare yourself." Yuan then said, "I can start now without any hesitation." He began writing in the air, creating 100 flawless Level 3 array symbols in only a little over 2 seconds. The judge's eyes widened with awe and surprise after seeing his flawless array symbols. They couldn't believe how quickly Yuan had managed to create such beautiful symbols in such a short time. "You don't plan on stopping after passing the Level 3 assessment, correct?" one of them suddenly asked. Yuan nodded. "I plan on taking the Level 4 and Level 5 assessment as well." Even if he wasn't confident in passing the Level 5 assessment, he still wanted to try it and see how close he was to being one. Very well. They continued the assessment shortly after. The 3 judges began creating their own Level 3 formations. Once they were done, they had Yuan try to replicate it to the best of his abilities. Familiar with this process, Yuan copied them flawlessly. "You pass." The judges nodded with satisfied looks on their faces. For the final test, Yuan had to create a Level 3 formation that wasn't just used by the judges, and he had 3 minutes to do so. Yuan didn't spend much time pondering and randomly picked one, not that he knew many Level 3 formations. Sometime later, Yuan finished the formation. "Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. Do you wish to take the Level 4 assessment right away?" "Of course you can return another day to take it. I want to take the Level 4 formation right now." The judges nodded. "Then, for your first test, you must create 40 Level 4 and 300 Level 3 array symbols within 30 seconds. You have a minute to prepare, or you can start before then." Yuan didn't immediately start. He took about 10 seconds to mentally prepare himself before he started writing in the air. It took him 7 seconds to finish all 300 Level 3 array symbols, but the Level 4 array symbols were much more complex and tricky. Although he only had to create 40 of them, it took him almost as long as it took him to create the Level 3 array symbols. Next, he had to copy the judges' Level 4 formations, most of them consisting of around 500 symbols. Several minutes later, Yuan easily passed the second test and moved on to the final one. Sure enough, he passed it with flying colors as well, becoming a Level 4 Array Master in no time. Search thenovelfire.net. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, Chapter 1777 Level 5, Array Master. "Are you going to take the Level 5 assessment immediately too?" one of the judges asked Yuan after he passed the Level 4 assessment. "If I fail it, how long do I have to wait for a second chance?" Yuan asked, just in case. "You will need to wait 6 months before you can attempt another assessment if you fail." "Oh, in that case, I'll wait a little longer before I take the assessment. By the way, I can borrow manuals of Level 5 array symbols from the Array Masters Association, correct?" The judge sitting in the middle nodded and said, "As long as you're part of our Array Masters Association, we will naturally help you reach the next rank. Since you show promise, I am willing to give you personal lessons. What do you think? I am a level 6 array master, so I definitely qualify to teach you. Yuan nodded and said, I will humbly accept your offer, Senior. My name's Hao Chen, but you can just call me Senior Hao. Yes, Senior Hao. Are you busy right now? Hao Chen then asked, No. Good, then. We'll begin your lecture now. Follow me. Yuan nodded and followed the old man to a room located near the peak of the building. I can't believe Senior Hao took a liking to that young man so quickly, said one of the other two judges after they left. Senior Hao has a keen eye for talents. Did you not see how swiftly and perfectly that young man created the array symbols? He'll become a formidable array master in the near future. Meanwhile, inside Hao Chen's room, he handed Yuan several books, including one that had all level 5 array symbols. Honestly, there really isn't much to teach when it comes to array symbols, as it primarily depends on each individual's memorization ability, Hao Chen explained. Once you've memorized the symbols, the rest is just practice. This is why most array masters don't necessarily need a master. They only require the right resources to advance their skills. That said, if you have any questions, you can ask me. I'll be studying array symbols myself. Hao Chen sat in his seat and began studying level 7 array symbols. Yuan also began studying level 5 array symbols. Thanks to his experience as an immortal, his memorization ability was extraordinarily powerful, allowing him to memorize complex symbols with ease. Additionally, his formidable soul strength significantly enhanced his capacity to learn and comprehend details more quickly. Hence why soul cultivation techniques are exceptionally rare and sought after. About a week later, Yuan memorized all level 5 array symbols, and he began practicing writing them. Hao Chen was greatly shocked by how swiftly Yuan had memorized the array symbols. There's no way he actually memorized everything from scratch in less than a week. He must have already memorized a portion of level 5 array symbols prior to coming here, Hao Chen thought to himself. Still, his array symbols are too beautiful. That level of mastery requires tens of thousands of years of experience to achieve, so how can someone seemingly so young achieve it? Hao Chen gave Yuan 3 level 5 formations to study, each requiring the combination of around 500 level 5 array symbols to complete. All right, I'm ready to take the level 5 assessment, Yuan said to Hao Chen a few days later. Hao Chen stared at him with wide eyes and said, Just how strong is your soul strength? It's only been a little over a week, you know. I was expecting your company for at least a few months. Yuan shook his head with a smile. I don't have that much time. Why the rush? I need to join the array tower as soon as possible. The array tower, huh? I used to work with them, but due to my lack of talents, I was forced to leave after just 100 years. I didn't want to admit it back then, but alas, the array masters, they are a different breed, sort of like you. Sometime later, Yuan went downstairs with Hao Chen to take the level 5 assessment. Search, the novelfire.net website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The other two judges showed up a little later. You're taking the level 5 assessment already? It's only been a week, one of them said to Yuan. I was already familiar with level 5 array symbols. I just needed a little more time to be confident in the assessment, said Yuan. I knew it. Hao Chen sighed inwardly after hearing this. All right, sometime later, Hao Chen said, the level 5 assessment will be a little different compared to your previous trials. For the first trial, you'll need to create a level 5 defensive formation, and it must withstand the strength of a cultivator at the Divine King realm. You have 5 minutes to create the formation. You have a minute to prepare. One of the level 5 formations that Hao Chen gave to Yuan to study happened to be a defensive formation, and Yuan decided to use it for the trial. 2 minutes later, Yuan created a defensive formation in front of him and said, It's done. Very well. I will now attack it with the strength of a divine king. Hao Chen attacked the formation with a simple attack which bounced right off the defensive formation. You pass. For the second trial, you must create a level 5 offensive formation, and it must have a certain level of power. You have 10 minutes for this test and 1 minute to prepare. Another formation Hao Chen gave Yuan to study also happened to be an offensive formation, almost as if he was purposefully helping Yuan prepare for the Level 5 assessment. After spending 6 minutes creating the formation, Yuan said, "I am finished." Hao Chen retrieved a white talisman and tossed it inside his formation. "Attack it." Yuan nodded and activated the formation. In an instant, swords composed entirely of concentrated spiritual energy materialized around the room, their edges gleaming with power. The swords moved with precision, launching toward the talisman. A barrier appeared around the talisman in an attempt to protect it, but the barrier was instantly shattered by the swords. "Good now, on to the final test," Hao Chen said. Chapter 1778, Array Tower. For the final test, you must activate 2 Level 5 formations, 1 defense and 1 offensive, simultaneously, and keep them activated for an hour without any external assistance, such as spirit stones. "You have 5 minutes to prepare," said Hao Chen. Any array master could easily activate a single formation and sustain it using spirit stones. However, activating and maintaining 2 formations simultaneously was far more challenging. It required significantly more spiritual energy and placed a substantial burden on one's soul strength. Yuan spent a few minutes mentally preparing himself. Once he was ready, he recreated the offensive formation and defensive formation he showcased during the last 2 tests. After activating them, he sat down and closed his eyes to focus on maintaining the formations. Normally, this test would push most array masters to their limits, but Yuan felt incredibly at ease. His spiritual energy recovery was so powerful that he could easily maintain a dozen formations simultaneously, much less 2 Level 5 formations. As for his soul strength, it had reached the point where he couldn't even feel it depleting. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Yuan passed the final trial without breaking a single drop of sweat. "Congratulations, you are now officially a Level 5 array master," Hao Chen said to him afterward. "It was only thanks to you, Senior Hao. In that case, don't forget about me when you make it big in the array tower." Hao Chen laughed merrily. Yuan left the Array Masters Association shortly after and made his way back to the array tower. Once he returned to the array tower, Yuan approached the closed entrance where a powerful Tier 5 formation kept the doors sealed. Yuan noticed the formation before he became a Level 5 array master, but he did not have the means to unseal it. He proceeded to spend several hours trying to crack the formation. Despite the formation being a Level 5 formation, it could qualify as a Level 6 array solely due to its complexity. Eventually, Yuan cracked the formation, unsealing the doors. When Yuan stepped into the array tower, an ordinary-looking young woman greeted him just slightly beyond the entrance. "Congratulations, you have qualified to take the assessment to join our array tower. Would you like to take the assessment right now?" As the woman spoke, her gaze landed on Yuan's tower badges. Her eyes widened with surprise, as it was quite rare to see an individual associated with 2 towers simultaneously, especially the Martial Tower and Cultivation Tower. "I would," Yuan nodded in response. "Very well. If you could follow me, please." Yuan followed the young woman to an empty room where another individual was waiting. This person was a middle-aged woman with dark green hair. Searched the Nova Fire et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "In order to join our array tower, you must defeat me using Level 5 array formations only," said the green-haired woman. "We will both have 10 minutes to prepare a defensive formation around our body. Then, we will attack using attack formations. Whoever breaks their opponent's defensive formation wins. Any questions?" "Am I allowed to use formations lower than Level 5? "Yes. Anything below Level 5 formations are allowed." Yuan nodded. "Then we will begin in right now." Both Yuan and the green-haired woman began working on their defensive formation. Yuan finished his Level 5 defensive formation less than 3 minutes into the match. Seeing this, the green-haired woman sneered inwardly. "What a fool!" rushing his defensive formation. Not only is he using one formation, but he didn't even bother to refine it. A formation can be strengthened in 2 primary ways. The first is through refinement, where the array master redraws or recreates the formation, layering it over the existing one to enhance its power. The second method involves using treasures and external resources to amplify the formation's effects. However, for an assessment like this, relying on external aids was clearly not an option, leaving Yuan to rely solely on his skills and endurance. The green-haired woman finished her defensive formation 9.5 minutes later. She was going to create more than one defensive formation, but seeing how Yuan was still a beginner, she didn't bother doing so, looking down on him. "We will begin now," said the green-haired woman. Yuan nodded and immediately started creating hundreds of level 1 array symbols every second. "This bastard. He's using level 1 array symbols," the green-haired woman raised her eyebrows and thought to herself as she worked on her level 5 array symbols. Due to how fast Yuan was creating his array symbols, he finished creating dozens of attack formations around the woman. Activate. The formations attacked the woman's defensive formation, leaving tiny cracks on the surface every time they struck. However, these cracks quickly recovered in the blink of an eye. "The power is quite lacking," Yuan muttered after seeing the results. Meanwhile, the woman was shocked that his level 1 attack formations could even damage her level 5 defensive formation. His soul strength must be as high as the heavens, she cried inwardly, almost fumbling her attack formation from the shock. After his initial attack, Yuan didn't attack again, as he wanted to see how much his defensive formation could endure. Once the woman finished her level 5 offensive formation, she immediately activated it and attacked Yuan's defensive formation. A strong explosion consumed Yuan's figure and formation a moment later. Inside the cloud of dust and smoke, Yuan could see that his defensive formation had barely been affected by the attack, with only slight cracks that healed instantly. Seeing this, he continued his assault, using level 2 attack formations. By the time the smoke and dust settled a few moments later, Yuan had created over a dozen level 2 attack formations, using them to attack the woman, who was in disbelief and couldn't believe that Yuan's defensive formation had managed to survive her attack. How? His formation should have been heavily damaged, if not outright destroyed by that attack just now, she cried inwardly, her eyes wide with disbelief as Yuan's attack stuck her formation. Chapter 1779 Array Tower 2. When Yuan's level 2 attack formation struck the woman's defensive formation, the impact was powerful enough to cause the entire thing to shake and large cracks to appear on its surface. The woman gritted her teeth as she poured her spiritual energy into the formation, quickly restoring it. However, the damage to her formation had also depleted some of her soul strength, something not easily recoverable. "Not good at this rate. His level 3 attack formations will be enough to destroy my defensive formation." The woman started casting level 3 array symbols just like Yuan, since she would be able to attack much faster. Yuan completed his array symbols a full 2 seconds before the woman, and in the world of array masters, even a fraction of a second could determine the victor, much less 2 seconds. Seeing that Yuan launched his attacks before she could, the woman swiftly transferred half of her focus from offensive to defensive, strengthening her formation with a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. However, even with her defensive formation enhanced, Yuan's level 3 attack formation was still strong enough to penetrate her barrier. Yet it wasn't enough to completely destroy the barrier, as the holes would heal faster than Yuan could damage it. The woman had managed to survive Yuan's onslaught, but it cost her dearly, and more than half of her spiritual energy was exhausted in that brief moment. Moreover, focusing on 2 different things took a toll on her soul strength. Fortunately, she was able to finish creating her level 3 attack formations, and she bombarded Yuan's barrier the very next moment. Seeing this, Yuan decided to strengthen his own barrier with his spiritual energy. When the woman's attacks struck Yuan's barrier, they bounced off effortlessly, leaving the barrier completely unscathed. Not even the faintest scratch appeared on its surface. The unexpected result left the woman utterly speechless, her disbelief evident as she stared at the barrier in stunned silence. At that moment, Yuan finished a level 4 attack formation, attacking her barrier with it. Clang! The woman's barrier was shattered like glass after being struck by a rock, despite her swift reaction and attempt to exhaust the rest of her spiritual energy to enhance her barrier. Unfortunately, even with all of her spiritual energy, she was unable to defend herself against a single level 4 attack formation from Yuan. The woman fell to her knees and began gasping for air as her face dripped with sweat. Their battle had only lasted for a few minutes, but it was enough to completely exhaust her spiritual energy and soul strength. "You win," she announced sometime later after coming back from her shock. "That was my first battle as an array master. It was quite fun. Thanks for the experience." Yuan bowed to her. "Your first time?" The woman stared at him with wide eyes. She eventually shook her head, dismissing his remark as a joke, and said, "Anyway, you've passed the test and officially qualified to join our array tower." Her tone was composed, but there was an undeniable hint of acknowledgement in her voice. "By the way, my name is Wan Qing, Yuan. Here is your badge." Wan Qing handed him a badge that had several powerful formations hidden within. Yuan subconsciously inspected the formations. Seeing his serious face, Wan Qing chuckled. "Relax, the formations inside that badge are there to protect you, since the badge can also be used as a life-saving treasure." Sure enough, Yuan confirmed that the formations were all defensive formations except one. "Why is there a tracker in here?" Yuan asked with raised eyebrows. "Unlike the other towers, our array tower frequently sends its array masters out to assist those in need of our expertise," she explained. "The tracker is an additional layer of safety. In case we're kidnapped or killed, it can detect if our life is in danger, as well as help locate us." "What a convenient thing," Yuan muttered. "By the way, what is the ranking structure like in the array tower?" Yuan then asked. "It's similar to that Array Masters Association, but we start from level 5, going all the way to level 9. If you want to increase your rank, you'll also need to improve your Array Master level." "I see." Yuan immediately began pondering. There was simply no way he could become a level 9 Array Master in a few months, before the time limit for his reward expires. "Looks like I will have to sneak around this place, just like the Alchemy Tower." "I understand. Thank you." Wan Qing handed him a scroll and said, "This is a list of things we expect you to do while part of the Array Tower. Make sure to read it, because if you fail to do even a single thing on the list, you'll be kicked out of the tower." Yuan accepted the scroll and took a look at it. The Array Tower required its Array Masters to fulfill at least one mission a year. These missions are typically business requests sent to the Array Towers. For example, a sect would like to create a powerful formation around their territory, so they contact the Array Tower, of course. Whether the Array Tower accepted the request or not was a different story. See our theonovelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The next thing on the list required Array Masters below level 7 to reach that level within 300 years. Failure to reach level 7 before the time limit would result in expulsion. Safe to say, none of these rules matter to me. Yuan didn't even bother reading the rest of the list and tossed it inside his spatial ring. "What are you going to do now that you're part of the Array Tower?" Wan Qing suddenly asked with a curious face. "I'm going to the Alchemy Tower," he responded with a smile. Wan Qing stared at him with wide eyes and muttered, "Are you trying to join every single tower out there?" "Yes, I am. Why?" "Why not?" Yuan shrugged, leaving her speechless. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Thank you for listening to the story on kevinaudio.com. Chapter 1780, Alchemy Tower. Anyway, before you leave for the Alchemy Tower, let me show you around our Array Tower, said Wan Qing. Sure, thus, Wan Qing began showing Yuan around the tower. The Array Tower was much less restrictive than the other towers, so they were able to visit almost every floor. Like the other towers, the Array Masters in the Array Tower have different roles. Some focus on creating new formations, while others improve existing ones. Wan Qing, specifically, specialized in improving formations. "How long have you been studying arrays?" Wan Qing asked as they walked around. "Not long. I started learning the basics a few years ago, and I am currently learning from a level 7 Array Master." "A level 7 Array Master? Huh. I wonder when I'll reach that level. I was just promoted to level 6, so it'll probably take some time." After the tour, Wan Qing led Yuan back to the first floor and said, Well, good luck at the Alchemy Tower. They have the strictest requirements out of the 5 breakthrough towers, at least according to rumors. Thank you." Yuan nodded after leaving the Array Tower. Yuan made his way to the Alchemy Tower. "I have visited 4 breakthrough towers, but none of them gave me any bad vibes. No, I have only been to the first floor of the Metal Tower, so I cannot really judge them with my current knowledge." Moreover, he has yet to investigate the towers properly, including the 3 he'd already joined. Sometime later, Yuan arrived in the city housing the Alchemy Tower. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation formation, a potent aroma of medicinal herbs and concoctions filled the air, immediately assaulting his senses. "Tier 5 pills. We have Tier 5 pills for sale. Come get your Burning Lotus pills here, only available in this store." As Yuan made his way toward the Alchemy Tower, he noticed that nearly every street he passed featured at least one medicine store. Yuan ignored the bustling noise and shouting around him as he followed the path leading directly to the Alchemy Tower. However, when he was almost at his destination, he suddenly came to a halt when he felt a weak tug on his robes. See the Nouvelle Fayette website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Turning around, he saw a young boy with a homeless appearance clutching the lower part of his robes, his small, dirty hand holding on tightly as he looked up at Yuan. "What's the matter? Big brother, have you seen my mother?" "No, I haven't. Are you sure? She left a week ago, heading toward the place you seem to be going right now," he said. "I've only just arrived at this city today, so there's no way I could have seen her who left a week ago." "I see then. She must be inside that tower. Are you heading to the tower now?" Yuan nodded. "In that case, can you tell her to return to me if you see her? I miss her. What does she look like?" The little boy gave him a brief description. "All right, I'll let your mother know if I see her inside the tower. Thank you." The little boy turned around and ran away. Yuan watched the little boy disappear into the alley, a strange feeling settling in his stomach. By now he was too familiar with the workings of the stairway to heaven to not realize that the boy had nothing to do with the trial. However, since he lacked information, he decided to ignore it for now and continued making his way to the Alchemy Tower. When Yuan reached the entrance of the Alchemy Tower and took in the scene before him, he was immediately reminded of the Metal Tower. Much like its counterpart, the first floor appeared to function as a bustling marketplace, with stalls and shops dedicated to selling various medical products, from herbs and pills to rare ingredients. There was also a sign outside the entrance that read, "Pill Grand Masters must qualify to join the Alchemy Tower. Alchemy Emperors and above may join the Alchemy Tower without needing any assessment. Pill Grandmasters are Tier 5 alchemists, and Alchemy Emperors are Tier 6. Yuan muttered to himself. He had only managed to concoct a Tier 1 pill before, and the chances of him becoming a Tier 5 alchemist before the reward time limit were slim to none. "I definitely won't have the time to become a Tier 5 alchemist and investigate the towers since I have no choice. Let's just sneak around the Alchemy Tower." With that in mind, Yuan entered the Alchemy Tower to begin his snooping around. In order to even visit the other floors, I will need a badge from someone who works in the Alchemy Tower. There was a minor teleportation formation that connected every floor in the tower, and only those with a badge could access the formation. However, being a level 5 array master, Yuan had a feeling he could crack the formation. After activating Shadow Veil, Yuan's body became shrouded in a dark, ethereal veil, completely erasing his presence from the senses of those around him. Cloaked in this shadowy aura, he moved silently toward the teleportation formation on the other side of the building. Despite walking past thousands of people, not a single individual seemed aware of his presence. Even those who looked directly at him gazed past him as if he were invisible, completely oblivious to his existence. The area around the teleport formation was empty since it could only be accessed by the alchemists of the Alchemy Tower. Seeing this, Yuan took his time to analyze the formation. Thankfully, this formation is only level 5, even if it's slightly more complex than usual. After spending many minutes analyzing the formation, Yuan managed to crack it, gaining access to it without needing a badge. Yuan thought about going straight to the peak of the tower, but decided to search from floor to floor, starting from the second floor. Once he was prepared, he stepped into the teleport formation. Chapter 1781, Alchemy Tower, 2. Upon entering the second floor, Yuan found himself in a vast research room with hundreds of alchemists bustling about with scrolls and medicine in their grasp. Yuan, still in his shadow veil, walked around like he owned the place. Due to how busy and focused everyone there was, Yuan was able to investigate the whole floor without any issues. Hell, he could even do jumping jacks in front of someone, and they still wouldn't notice him. It was almost as if Shadow Veil's effect was similar to the Celestial Emperor's curse, where it naturally made everyone oblivious to Yuan's existence. This level of concealment was heaven-defying, and if the world knew of its existence, there would be wars to acquire it. Through his observations on the second floor, Yuan quickly realized that everyone there was engaged in the process of creating new pill recipes. He also noticed that the recipes being developed were relatively basic, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 2. The next floor was the same as the second floor, but the pills being created were much more complex, ranging from Tier 3 to Tier 4. This went on for the next several floors until he reached the 11th floor, where there were many rooms with closed doors. Yuan used his divine sense to peek inside these rooms to find alchemists at work inside. Not wanting to risk detection, Yuan took only quick glances into each room as he moved steadily from floor to floor. The moment Yuan stepped onto the 30th floor, the atmosphere shifted drastically. The pristine environment of the lower levels was replaced by a grim, unsettling corridor lined with prison cells. The air felt heavy, and the dim lighting cast eerie shadows across the cold, grimy walls, starkly contrasting the clean and orderly nature of the floors below. As Yuan peered into the prison cells, he saw live magical beasts confined within them. Considering the crucial role magical beast materials played in alchemy, it wasn't surprising for the Alchemy Tower to house such a facility. From their skin to their nails, almost every part of a magical beast could be utilized in alchemy. Their blood, bones, fur, organs, and especially their monster core were valuable for crafting pills, elixirs, and other alchemical creations. Because of this, Yuan didn't find the magical beast prison to be anything out of the ordinary. They were simply no different from livestock. As Yuan continued climbing the tower, the magical beasts grew increasingly rare and powerful. Unfortunately for them, every prison cell was enforced with level 7 formations. They were so powerful that even Yuan would have difficulty dealing with them. A pungent stench of blood suddenly assaulted Yuan's nose when he reached the 45th floor, causing him to frown. This isn't the scent of magical beasts, Yuan thought to himself as he used his divine sense to check the prison cells. Sure enough, imprisoned on the 45th floor were not magical beasts but humans. Using humans as resources, huh? Why am I not surprised? Yuan shook his head after seeing the grim situation before him. The concept of using humans as resources for alchemy dates back to the primordial era, long before the emergence of demons in the world. Back then, human blood and other components were studied for their potential alchemical properties. However, this practice was deemed highly immoral and unethical, leading to its swift prohibition. Over time, it became a forbidden art, with strict penalties for anyone who dared to pursue it, most cases being the death penalty. Despite this, whispers of its use occasionally surfaced in dark corners of the world, often associated with the most desperate or depraved alchemists. As Yuan continued walking down the grim corridor, his attention was drawn to one of the cells. Inside, a woman lay on the floor, seemingly asleep. Her appearance caught his eye, as her features closely matched the description the homeless little boy had given him earlier. However, before he could even consider rescuing her, Yuan noticed another presence appearing on his floor, forcing him to hide. Although he needed to hide, there were no suitable places to do so in the narrow corridor. Left with no other choice, he relied entirely on his shadow veil and remained perfectly still. Fortunately for him, the darkness of the area enhanced the effectiveness of his skill, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the shadows and remain undetected. The other presence belonged to a middle-aged man with a hunched back. However, he didn't appear to be affiliated with the Alchemy Tower, as he wasn't wearing their distinctive uniform, which all the other individuals Yuan had encountered so far had worn. Moreover, his cultivation was pathetically low, being only a spirit warrior saga.thenovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yuan observed silently as the hunched man unlocked the prison cell containing the little boy's mother and dragged her out. Then Yuan followed closely behind the man as he made his way through the corridor and toward the teleport formation. Despite Yuan trailing directly behind him, the man remained completely unaware of his presence. The man was so oblivious to Yuan's presence that Yuan managed to step into the teleportation formation alongside him, completely undetected. Moments later, they emerged on the 60th floor, the tallest floor in the Alchemy Tower. As the hunched man approached the only door on the 60th floor and prepared to knock, Yuan quickly concealed himself behind one of the large pillars. Moments later, the door opened, revealing an old man dressed in the distinctive uniform of the Alchemy Tower. The old man glanced at the hunched man and spoke in a commanding tone. "Bring the material inside?" "Yes, master." While the two men had their backs turned, Yuan seized the opportunity. Moving like a shadow, he slipped through the open doors and entered the room undetected. Once inside, he quickly found a dark corner to hide in, ensuring he remained out of sight as he observed the scene unfolding before him. The first thing that caught Yuan's attention inside the room was a large crimson cauldron filled nearly to the brim with blood. The pungent, metallic scent of human blood was so overpowering that Yuan had noticed it even before the door was opened. However, the most horrifying sight in the room was the corpses suspended above the crimson cauldron. Their lifeless bodies dangled ominously, blood dripping steadily into the cauldron below, resembling the process of drying out slaughtered chickens. Chapter 1782, Alchemy Tower 3. The gruesome sight was enough to make Yuan's blood boil with anger, his fists clenching tightly. However, he forced himself to remain composed, swallowing his rage as he continued to silently observe the two men determined to uncover the full extent of their sinister actions. Tan Songyun was covering her mouth from shock and disguise while watching this from the spectators' room. I remember now that incident at the Alchemy Tower, so this was the real cause of the Tower Master's death? Tan Songyun remembered that the Alchemy Tower's Tower Master had been assassinated once before, but not because of any accusations of being an evil cultivator. Instead, the rumors claimed he was killed over a precious pill recipe he had recently created, and naturally Yuan Tiankai was blamed for the assassination. "Please spare me, I have a son. He won't survive alone." The woman suddenly muttered in a weak voice, "I swear I won't tell anyone about this." Someone as worthless as you should feel honored to finally have some value being part of Master's pill as its material? The hunched-back man sneered, his tone dripping with contempt as he dragged the woman closer to the crimson cauldron. "A spirit warrior and a third-level divine emperor, huh? Sear the novelfiro.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." After assessing the Tower Master's cultivation, Yuan was confident he could deal with them without too much effort. "Master, how should I bleed this one out?" the hunchback man asked. The Tower Master replied, 6-inch long cuts on the neck, wrists, and tendons. "As you wish, Master." The hunchback man eagerly retrieved his ceremonial dagger and prepared to cut the woman. Seeing this, Yuan decided to intervene. He walked out of his hiding spot and spoke in a cold voice. "To practice human concoction during this day and age, how are you not ashamed of yourselves?" "Who's there?" The Tower Master's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Yuan's unexpected voice echo through the room. Panic flashed across his face as he began looking around frantically, his eyes scanning every corner of the room. However, despite his efforts, he was unable to see or sense Yuan's presence. Shadow Veil is more effective than I thought. Yuan was inwardly surprised by the results. He was essentially standing right before them, but they still couldn't see him. Wanting to test Shadow Veil's limits, Yuan decided to keep it active, and he continued speaking. "So what kind of pill was enticing enough to turn you into an evil practitioner?" Yuan's calm yet disgusted voice filled the room, cutting through the tension like a blade. Judging by the amount of blood and your methods, it must be the reserve heavenly pill, isn't it? You know about the reverse heavenly pill? The Tower Master shouted, his voice sharp with alarm as he scanned the room more frantically than before. Who are you? Show yourself. Honestly, I subconsciously muttered that name out loud, Yuan admitted calmly. As he observed the gruesome scene, fragments of Tian Kai's memories surfaced in his mind, and with them the name of the pill. Ah, I remember now, Master Tower Chang Heng, Yuan said, his tone carrying a faint trace of nostalgia. You were a renowned Tier 7 alchemist, celebrated for your profound knowledge and vast experience in alchemy. You even created multiple powerful and groundbreaking recipes that helped you become the Alchemy Tower's Tower Master. Everything seemed fine for the first several centuries, but then the number of people disappearing in this city began to rise at an unnatural rate. It was alarming enough to attract my attention, so I had to investigate the cause. After a thorough investigation, I uncovered the gruesome truth, Yuan continued, his tone growing colder. The Alchemy Tower was kidnapping homeless people and using them for experiments and to concoct pills. The once righteous alchemist has somehow been corrupted and become an evil practitioner. And for your crimes, I executed every single alchemist who had even the slightest involvement. It caused quite the stir within the 9 heavens back then, but in the grand scheme of things, it was merely a small ripple in a much larger wave. I've finally found you, you sneaky little bastard. The Tower Master suddenly interrupted, his voice filled with fury without hesitation. He unleashed a powerful attack he had been secretly preparing this entire time, sending a wave of destructive energy hurtling toward Yuan's direction. However, sorry, but I'm actually over here. Yuan's voice resounded behind the Tower Master. What? Stab. Just as the Tower Master turned his head around, Yuan stabbed him in the heart from the back with the baneful abyss, inflicting him with mark of the baneful. The poison, having entered the Tower Master's heart directly, worked swiftly and mercilessly. With no time to counteract or expel it, his body succumbed almost instantly. Within moments, the Tower Master collapsed, his life extinguished. After dealing with the Tower Master, Yuan turned his gaze toward the hunchback man. Without a word, he raised a finger and unleashed a concentrated burst of sword aura. The attack was swift and precise, striking the hunchback man between the eyes before he could even react, killing him instantly. Moments passed in complete silence, the oppressive air lingering in the room as if time had frozen in place. Yet Yuan remained inside the Alchemy Tower. After another moment of stillness, Yuan sighed out loud. I knew it. Although the Alchemy Tower is guilty of practicing forbidden alchemy, this trial hasn't ended yet. There are still others who need to be brought to justice. He looked at the Tower Master's melting corpse. I should have probably asked him if he was working with someone before I killed him. Oh, well, it's not like I have no clue. Yuan turned his gaze toward the woman, who had fainted from exhaustion and fear. He approached her silently, gently lifting her into his arms. After activating Shadow Veil again, Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see that its effects also extended to the woman, who was in physical contact with him. However, it consumed his spiritual energy twice as fast. Some time later, Yuan slipped out of the Alchemy Tower as silently as he had entered. Thanks to Shadow Veil, he moved unnoticed, leaving no sign that he had ever been there. Chapter 1783 Tower Master's Visit After Leaving the Alchemy Tower. Yuan brought the woman back to the homeless boy who was sitting by the street. Mother? The boy's dispirited expression immediately brightened upon seeing his mother. He stood up and rushed over to Yuan. Why is she sleeping? Is she okay? He asked. Yes, she'll be fine. She fell asleep from exhaustion, so she'll wake up after resting a little. Just as he finished saying that, the woman opened her eyes. Where am I, Mother? Ah, son, am I in heaven? Of course not. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, you're alive, huh? How? I swear I was inside the Alchemy Tower, and who are you? I don't know what happened to you, but I found you outside the Alchemy Tower, said Yuan. Outside the tower? Was that all a dream? She muttered in a dazed voice. "Thank you, big brother. I knew I could count on you," said the little boy. "No problem. Here, take this." Yuan handed a few spirit stones to the boy, despite knowing that it was a pointless gesture, as they were simply created by the stairway to heaven. "I will never forget you. Let's go, Mother." The boy and his mother bowed to him before turning around and walking away. "So this is how it would have felt if I actually saved her in time before?" Yuan muttered with a regretful expression on his face. In Tian Kai's life, he'd investigated the alchemy tower a little too late, and that woman had already been turned into a pill. As for the homeless boy, he was heartbroken to lose his mother, and he disappeared somewhere after Tian Kai gave him some money, never to be heard from again. Search the Novelle Furiate website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the array tower, Liao Tian was conversing with the tower master. "This is a rare occasion, Tower Master Liao. What brought you to my array tower?" "I am looking for someone who recently joined your tower," he said. "I see you're looking for someone, but why are you looking for them?" "He has something that belongs to me," said Liao Tian. The array tower's tower master raised his eyebrows and said, "He stole something from you?" "Well, something like that." The array tower's tower master proceeded to look at the information inside his badge. "Indeed, we had a recent join, and he was recruited by array master Wan Qing." The array tower's tower master summoned Wan Qing to the top floor a moment later. Once she arrived, she greeted them. "Tower Master Gao, you summoned for me?" "Tower Master Liao here has a few questions about the array master who recently joined our tower," said Tower Master Gao. "Array Master Yuan?" "When you were with that person, did you see him wielding a large sword?" Liao Tian asked. "No, I did not." "Is that so, then? Where is he right now? I need to speak with him as soon as possible. Actually, he left the tower and went to the alchemy tower almost as soon as he joined us," she revealed, dumbfounding both tower masters. "The alchemy tower? What does he intend on doing there?" Liao Tian asked. "He's probably going to join them too, since he also has the Martial Tower and Cultivation Tower's badges, one individual joining 4 towers. But why would a thief even join the towers in the first place?" Tower Master Gao inquired as he looked at Liao Tian with a doubtful gaze. "It's complicated." Liao Tian shrugged, refusing to elaborate further. Seeing this, Tower Master Gao didn't pursue further. It was none of his business anyway. "Since he's at the alchemy tower, I'll go ahead and take my leave now," said Liao Tian as he suddenly stood up. "He should be returning soon, though," said Wan Qing. "It's fine. I have some business with Alchemy Tower's Tower Master, anyway." Soon, Liao Tian left the array tower and made his way to the Alchemy Tower. When Liao Tian arrived at the Alchemy Tower, he was warmly welcomed by the people there, who were still completely oblivious to their Tower Master's death that had recently occurred. "I'm here to speak with Tower Master Shu. Is he available?" "The Tower Master is currently in seclusion." "Perhaps I can be of help," said one of the higher-ranking alchemists there. Liao Tian nodded and explained the situation. "I'm currently looking for a certain individual. I was told he was coming to the Alchemy Tower to join you guys. A new recruit?" The alchemist looked at the log and said, "But we haven't had any new recruits for over 10 years. Then he must have failed to join the Alchemy Tower. Did anyone named Yuan try to join recently?" "No. We haven't had anyone trying to join for the past month." "Perhaps he hasn't arrived yet?" "There's no way that woman from the array tower would lie about something like this," Liao Tian thought to himself. "I understand. Then I will go speak with the tower master in the meantime. But I know. But so what? Is this the first time I visited unannounced while he's in seclusion?" Liao Tian sneered as he turned and made his way to the teleportation formation. The alchemist could only stand there and watch Liao Tian do as he pleased. After all, Liao Tian was a tower master, and a good friend of their tower's tower master. Moreover, the Alchemy Tower's tower master was a very understanding individual, and he wouldn't blame them for Liao Tian's forceful behavior. Some time later, Liao Tian arrived at the top of the tower. When he stepped out of the formation, Liao Tian was assaulted by a pungent stench of blood. However, he barely reacted and continued to approach the closed doors, almost as if he was used to the scent. He knocked on the door and shouted, "Hey, old man, it's me, open up." Silence. Liao Tian didn't find it weird despite the lack of response. He simply knocked on the door again a few minutes later. Searched the novel fire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1784. Chaos at the Towers. Open up before I take some of your materials for myself. Liao Tian shouted again after waiting a few minutes. Yet there was still no response. Odd, he'd always fall for that threat, he muttered with a raised eyebrow. By now Liao Tian began to sense that something might be amiss. He knocked again, this time with more force. "Open the damn door before I bust it open myself," he roared. No response. Liao Tian had a strong urge to destroy the door and force himself inside to see the situation, but there was one minor problem. The door was being protected by a level 7 defensive formation, and he did not have the capability to remove it. Fuck! With no other option, Liao Tian rushed back to the array tower to request Tower Master Gao's assistance. "What? Are you out of your mind? You want me to forcefully open Tower Master Ma's doors while he's in seclusion, the one with a level 7 formation? Do you have any idea how much effort that will take?" Tower Master Gao exclaimed after hearing Liao Tian's request. "I know it sounds bad, but I think something bad happened to Tower Master Ma. What could possibly happen to him while he's inside his room? You also said he was in seclusion, so there's a good chance he just couldn't hear you knock. Or what? Are you saying that he, a Tier 7 pill ancestor, got into an accident while doing alchemy? Stop asking so many damn questions and just come with me. Something bad happened. I can feel it," said Liao Tian, clearly getting impatient. Tower Master Gao frowned, his expression stern, as he said, "That's not the right attitude when asking for help. I may not know what you and Tower Master Ma have been working on behind the scenes, but I don't like it. Whatever. Let's go. Wait. You think I'm going to remove that level 7 formation alone? Didn't you create it?" "I did. With the help of several other level 7 array masters. Although I can still remove it myself, it'll take a long time." "How long?" "A few weeks. We don't have that much time. Then you'll have to wait for me to gather a few helpers." "I will wait for you at the Alchemy Tower," said Liao Tian. "Come as soon as possible." While Liao Tian returned to the Alchemy Tower and continued knocking on the door, Tower Master Gao went to gather several high-level array masters. Several hours later, Tower Master Gao visited the Alchemy Tower with these array masters. "How long will it take now?" Liao Tian asked. "A few hours at least." "But heavens, what is this stench? It smells like blood," Tower Master Gao exclaimed, his face contorting in shock as the pungent metallic odor filled his senses. "I wanted you to hurry for a reason," Liao Tian shrugged. "Fuck. Let's hurry up and get to work." Tower Master Gao and the other array masters began working on the formation. Meanwhile, Yuan saw Liao Tian, Tower Master Gao, and the array masters enter the Alchemy Tower in haste. After leaving the boy and his mother, Yuan actually returned to the Alchemy Tower and hid in plain sight. Good thing I lingered for a little bit longer. 8 array masters and 1 blacksmith, huh? Judging by their clothes and badges, one was the array tower's tower master, and the blacksmith was the metal tower's tower master. They must be trying to force their way inside the room. Now that they're outside their home and distracted by the situation at Alchemy Tower, it's a good time to check out their towers. With that in mind, Yuan swiftly left the Alchemy Tower and made his way to the Array Tower. Using Shadow Veil, Yuan traveled to the peak of the tower. However, the door was also sealed by a level 7 formation. Since he was just promoted to level 5 as an Array Master, there was simply no way for him to unlock the level 7 formation. Fortunately, he was not out of options and had other means of opening the door. Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven and activated True Dragon Awakening without hesitation. With his full strength, he unleashed God of War's final execution, directing a relentless barrage of strikes against the heavily fortified door, relying purely on brute force to force his way through. Strike after strike echoed in the air, the sheer intensity of the attacks shaking the surroundings and the tower as a whole, bewildering everyone within it. Finally, as Yuan poured the last of his spiritual energy into one final decisive blow, the formation protecting the door shattered under the overwhelming force. Yuan entered the room and quickly investigated the place. After finding no hints, Yuan left the place without a second thought. Soon after he left, the array masters in the array tower scrambled to the top floor to investigate the commotion, and the area quickly became flooded with frantic activity. Meanwhile, Yuan was already halfway to the metal tower. Someone broke into the tower master's floor. Contact the tower master, quickly. The array masters tried contacting Tower Master Gao, but there was no response as he was too busy to even notice it. He's not responding. What should we do? Sear Thoofire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Tower Master went to the Alchemy Tower with Tower Master Liao, and he brought along several array masters with him. Someone suddenly said, "I will go to the Alchemy Tower and meet with the Tower Master myself. In the meantime, try to figure out what had happened here and if anything had been stolen." Sometime later, at the Metal Tower, Yuan stood before its teleportation formation. This formation is virtually identical to the one at the Alchemy Tower and other towers. I guess they were all created by the Array Tower. This is great news, since it saves me time trying to crack it. After spending just a few minutes, Yuan activated the formation and teleported himself to the top of the Metal Tower, Chapter 1785, Human Remains as Materials. Upon reaching the top floor of the Metal Tower, Yuan was met with yet another door, a heavily fortified door protected by a level 7 formation. However, unlike the one at Array Tower, this door wasn't only guarded by a formation. Its very structure was crafted from rare and precious materials. "Looks like I will need to put in a little more effort if I want to break inside," Yuan muttered. He retrieved number 1 under heaven the next moment, however. Just as he was about to bombard the door, it suddenly opened, and a young man walked out. "Tower Master, are you back?" "I have a question." Yuan had deactivated Shadow Veil to focus on offense, so he was not concealed at this moment. Who are you?" the young man asked with raised eyebrows when he saw Yuan, but he quickly became distracted by the weapon in Yuan's grasp. "Heavens, what a masterpiece! Where in heaven's name did you acquire it?" The young man approached Yuan with sparkling eyes, completely ignoring his unknown identity. Sensing no ill intent from the young man, Yuan decided to play along and said, "I was invited here by your Tower Master. He wanted to take a look at my weapon. No doubt about that. Any blacksmith would want to inspect such a beauty. Please come inside." The young man invited Yuan inside the room. Yuan nodded and followed him inside. Surprisingly, the top floor wasn't a room but a massive smithy full of equipment and materials. "By the way, where's the Tower Master?" the young man suddenly asked, looking a little suspicious. "He is still at the Alchemy Tower, but he said he'll return as soon as possible." Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Really, that isn't like him at all. In fact, I'm surprised he didn't ask for your sword on the spot. I don't know what happened at the Alchemy Tower, but it seemed very serious. Even the Array Tower's Tower Master was there. Then it must have been a really serious matter anyway. Can I take a look at your sword? Of course, I just want to take a simple look. I don't dare to touch it before the Tower Master. He'd turn me into a sword if found out. "Turning you into a sword? That's quite a weird thing to say." Yuan chuckled. "I'm serious. It won't be the first time he's done it, either." Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you sure you can say that out loud to a stranger like me? What if I get the wrong idea, like mistaking him for an evil practitioner?" The young man laughed out loud. "You must not be from around here. Practically everyone knows his obsession with the art of creation, so it's no secret. While he is a little crazy in the head and very eccentric, he's not evil." "What about using human parts for creation?" "Alchemists who use humans to concoct pills are all considered evil," said Yuan. "I know, but context is also important. For example, people donating their organs and people getting their organs forcefully harvested are two entirely different things, right? Well, most of our materials come from donations. While the process is still morally questionable, someone has to do it, otherwise we will never truly advance our crafts. Most of your materials? Then some of them were forcefully harvested? Yuan asked. The young man showed a stiff smile and said, "We have accidents at work." "I see." Yuan looked around the smithy and asked, "Mind if I take a look?" "You can look at this in the meantime." He placed number 1 under heaven on the table. The young man's eyes lit up with a flicker of intense emotion, and his expression transformed, brimming with excitement that bordered on something almost resembling lust. While the young man was completely engrossed in admiring his sword, Yuan took the opportunity to investigate the smithy. As he looked around, the young man's claims were confirmed. Human organs were openly displayed, from bones to blood, scattered across workbenches and shelves. On some of the shelves that stored weapons, it was apparent that some were crafted using human materials just solely from their grotesque appearance. Yuan gazed at the weapons with disappointment etched across his face. Tian Yuan's passion for creation had been immense, perhaps unparalleled in the world, a driving force that had propelled him to become the god of creation. Yet, despite his obsession with crafting, he had never once considered using humans as materials for his treasures. However, it wasn't as though Yuan didn't understand the metal tower. Sometimes in the pursuit of innovation, experiments are deemed necessary, and certain moral boundaries are inevitably pushed. Since most of the materials were donated, I guess I can't really blame them. Of course, that is only if he's telling me the truth, Yuan thought as he glanced at the young man. Meanwhile, news of the array tower being broken into finally reached Tower Master Gao. "What? Someone broke into my floor? What happened to the formation protecting it?" Tower Master Gao had to temporarily stop working on the Alchemy Tower's formation to inquire. "It was forcefully destroyed." "You mean someone managed to destroy my level 7 formation with brute force? Why would such a monster want to break into my place? Was anything stolen?" "We can't say for certain yet, but at a glance, nothing appears to have been stolen," the array master explained, his tone laced with confusion. "It's almost as if the culprit broke in, looked around, and left without taking anything. Of course, the area near the door is a complete mess." Liao Tian had a bad feeling after hearing about this news, but he shrugged it off for now. "I'll return to the array tower once I deal with the situation here," said Tower Master Gao. They were halfway finished removing the formation after all. "Yes, Tower Master? First, the Alchemy Tower, now my array tower. What the hell is going on recently?" Tower Master Gao mumbled with a pondering expression on his face. But he didn't linger too much on the topic and continued focusing on the formation. Chapter 1786, Tower Master's Assassination. News of the break-in at the array tower quickly spread throughout the city, shocking everyone. Yet it almost became non-existent a few hours later when the incident at the Alchemy Tower began spreading a few hours later. After spending several hours working on the level 7 formation, Tower Master Gao and his array masters finally deactivated it, allowing them to open the door. However, when they finally managed to open the door and step inside, their expressions froze in shock at the gruesome scene before them. Moments later, the shock gave way to disgust as they began to grasp the horrifying reality of what had transpired in the room. The air grew heavy with a tense silence as they processed the grim sight. A crimson cauldron, nearly overflowing with blood, stood at the center of the room. Above it, lifeless corpses hung grotesquely, their presence casting long, morbid shadows. The unmistakable signs of evil practices were laid bare for all to see, leaving no doubt about the sinister activities that had taken place there. The room reeked of death and malice, making it impossible for anyone present to deny the truth. "Tower Master Liao, what is the meaning of this?" Tower Master Gao turned to look at Liao Tian with a grim expression on his face. Liao Tian frowned and said, "What are you trying to say? Are you telling me that you were not aware of this? Is this not why you urgently wanted us to access his room?" Seer, Theo, NovelleFire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Are you insane? How could I have possibly known about this? I came to you for help because I sensed something was amiss. Liao Tian sneered, denying all allegations. Also, are you trying to say that I had killed him? Why would I bring so many witnesses with me if that was the case? No, I don't think you killed him. However, I think you knew of the Alchemy Tower's forbidden practices. There's even a good chance you were working together. After all, it's public knowledge that you use human remains to craft treasures. Spare me the allegations. While I work with human remains, they were all donations. What of those you personally killed? You think I don't know about that? They all made mistakes deserving of death. It's as simple as that, Liao Tian said, not denying it. Anyway, why don't we stop this pointless talk and figure out who killed Tower Master Ma? Tower Master Gao sneered, looked at his array masters, and said, "Go contact the other Tower Master and let them know of the situation here." "Yes, Tower Master." Soon, news of Tower Master Ma's assassination spread like wildfire throughout the Alchemy Tower, leaving everyone in shock and disbelief. However, the revelation of the tower's forbidden practices was deliberately kept under wraps for the time being. The matter was deemed too sensitive and required further investigation before being exposed, as its implications could have far-reaching consequences for the tower, which could affect not just the seventh heaven, but the 9 heavens as a whole. Although Tower Master Ma was stabbed in the heart, what truly caused his death was poison, an extremely deadly one that surpasses my knowledge, revealed the alchemist who examined his body. Even if his guard was down, it shouldn't be easy to kill Tower Master Ma yet. All evidence shows that he was killed effortlessly, said Liao Tian. This seemingly flawless assassination reminds me of a certain individual, said Meng Xuan. The entire floor suddenly turned dead silent. You mean the Phantom Assassin? The Grim Reaper? Why would he kill Tower Master Gao? Halted his sentence midway. There was no doubt that Tower Master Ma was killed for his crimes. Realizing this, Tower Master Gao looked at Liao Tian and said, "You should probably watch your back. You're really begging for a beating, huh?" Liao Tian frowned. "Enough, you two," said Lord Zi. "What should we do about the Alchemy Tower? What is there for us to do anyway? We're not responsible for the Alchemy Tower. Even if it were to collapse overnight, it's none of our concern." Liao Tian remarked with a casual shrug. Tower Master Gao added, "I don't want to admit it, but he's right. We may be known as the 5 Breakthrough Towers, but we're unrelated. Moreover, I doubt the Alchemy Tower will collapse over this incident. They'll just have to figure things out themselves." Knowing there was a strong possibility that the infamous Phantom Assassin was involved, nobody present showed any inclination to involve themselves in the Alchemy Tower's affairs. The matter was far too dangerous and delicate to meddle with, and it was true that the towers were not obligated to take responsibility for one another, as they were all separate organizations. "Since there's nothing else for us to do here, I'll return to my tower now," Liao Tian said a moment later. "Why were you looking for Tower Master Ma anyway?" Lord Zi suddenly questioned. "I came to the Alchemy Tower for a different reason." "You mean the individual who stole your treasure?" Tower Master Gao said. "Someone stole your treasure." Lord Zi and Meng Xuan raised their eyebrows. Liao Tian looked at them and suddenly smiled. "That's right. In fact, he joined the Martial Tower and Cultivation Tower recently." "Recently?" The two of them frowned, as there was only one individual who joined both towers recently. "You mean Yuan? You're saying he stole your treasure?" "I don't believe it." Lord Zi was the first to doubt his claim. "Believe what you want," Liao Tian shrugged as he left. "I have to return to my tower as soon as possible." "Someone broke into my place," said Tower Master Gao. "Do you think it's related to this incident?" Meng Xuan asked. "I hope not. What are you going to do?" "Tower Master Meng?" Lord Zi asked her once they were alone. "I'll stay here to assist the Alchemy Tower," she said. "I understand. Good luck." Lord Zi left shortly after, some time later. Liao Tian returned to the metal tower. However, just as he approached the entrance, he stopped abruptly, his senses picking up on a powerful presence emanating from the peak of the tower. "This presence, there's no doubt it's that treasure," Liao Tian exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Without a second thought about the peculiar circumstances, Liao Tian hurried upstairs, driven by his excitement and curiosity, like a moth drawn to the flames. Chapter 1787, Fighting Liao Tian. The treasure. Where is the treasure? Liao Tian bellowed as he flung open the large metal doors to his smithy with a resounding clang. Inside, the young man was still fixated on number 1 under heaven, his gaze locked onto the weapon as if bewitched. He had been inspecting it for hours, his expression a mixture of awe and obsession, utterly consumed by the masterpiece before him. When Liao Tian's eyes fell upon number 1 under heaven, his expression mirrored the young man's, filled with awe and fascination. He hurried over to the weapon, his hands trembling slightly as he hovered them above it, almost as if he yearned to touch it but didn't dare to. The sheer presence of the treasure commanded reverence, leaving him entranced. This is it!" Liao Tian exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "This is what I've been searching for my entire life, the perfect weapon, the materials, the craftsmanship. It's beyond anything I've ever seen, despite being a god of creation at one point." Just as Liao Tian reached to touch the sword, it suddenly moved on its own, flying away. What the fu? Liao Tian's gaze followed the sword until it landed in Yuan's grasp. "Who are you? How dare you touch my treasure?" Liao Tian roared after seeing the treasure being touched by someone who wasn't him. "Your treasure? That's funny, considering I was the one who brought it here." Yuan responded with a smile. You must be Yuan." Liao Tian narrowed his eyes. "And you must be Liao Tian. What happened to that man you sent after me?" "I killed him for failing to correct his mistake," he said. "Is that so? At least he'll be more useful as a weapon." Hearing this, Yuan shrugged. "I don't understand your obsession with human weapons. Not only do they lack elegance, but they're nothing special. Who the hell are you to question my creations? You're just a nobody who somehow acquired a masterpiece." "I was once the god of creation," Yuan laughed out loud. "The god of creation with your level of skills, I doubt it?" See the Novel Fire Eat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Liao Tian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hand over the treasure. You do not even qualify to touch it. If I, its master and creator, do not qualify to touch this weapon, then nobody in this world would qualify." Yuan's voice echoed calmly through the room as he revealed this information. "You created that treasure? That's a sick joke," Liao Tian sneered, not believing him even for a split second. "Even if it was a joke, it's not as sick as your hobby and evil practices." "Evil? Just because I use unorthodox materials does not make me evil. You think I'm only talking about your methods? I was told that most of your human materials were donated, but after inspecting the materials myself, I confirmed that most of them are actually forcefully harvested. That's slander and a baseless accusation. Where is your evidence?" "My evidence, huh?" Yuan said with a calm yet chilling tone. "Well, I've killed enough people to know the difference between someone who died a peaceful, natural death and someone who met a forceful, violent end. Moreover, the weapons you created are all screaming in agony, though I doubt you can hear it." Liao Tian sneered, his expression filled with disdain. "What kind of evidence is that? None of it is substantial or verifiable." Yuan smiled and said, "You came from the alchemy tower, right?" "I'm sure you saw what happened to their tower master," Liao Tian instantly frowned. "You don't tell me you were responsible for Tower Master Ma's death? And what if I was? Are you going to avenge him?" Liao Tian retrieved a large blade and brandished it with a cold expression. The weapon's appearance was grotesque and unsettling. Its surface was textured like raw flesh, clearly crafted from human remains. It also radiated a sinister aura that caused the temperature in the room to drop significantly. Why would I bother avenging him? I was going to kill you anyway, regardless of whether you killed Tower Master Ma or not. Are you even capable of doing such a thing?" Yuan mocked. "You'll find out soon enough." Liao Tian swung his blade with a fierce motion, and in an instant the weapon expanded dramatically in size and length. Although slightly surprised by the blade's sudden transformation, Yuan blocked the attack with relative ease. As soon as it was deflected, the grotesque weapon retracted, shrinking back to its original size. Its movements were unnervingly fluid, almost as if the blade itself were alive. Unlike ordinary weapons, weapons made from humans can grow stronger without needing refinement, Liao Tian said with a sinister grin. Not only that, they're truly alive. I don't know if you can hear it, but my weapon has a heartbeat. If you're so satisfied with your weapon, why covet mine? Yuan asked. You think I want it because I want to replace my sword? No. I'm going to feed it to my creation so it can become truly flawless. Liao Tian laughed out loud. Yuan shook his head. I knew it was going to be stupid, but I didn't think it would be this dumb. Say whatever you want, that sword will be mine anyway. Having had enough of the farce, Yuan decided it was time to end things. Activating True Dragon Awakening, his aura surged, filling the room with an overwhelming presence. The battle afterward was swift and decisive, and within just a few minutes, Yuan completely overpowered Liao Tian. As Liao Tian lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, Yuan calmly approached the grotesque weapon. Looking down at it with a mixture of pity and disdain, he said, I'll release you all now. No. Liao Tian used what little strength he had left and uttered, but Yuan ignored him and destroyed the weapon. As Yuan destroyed the weapon, a faint, eerie noise echoed from the weapon, resembling a distant, anguished scream. The blade shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the floor. Liao Tian, witnessing the destruction of his prized creation, stared in disbelief. The shock was too much for his already weakened body, and with a final shuddering breath, he succumbed to death. Chapter 1788, Phantom Assassin. After killing Liao Tian, Yuan turned to look at the young man, who had been shivering in a corner since the beginning of their fight. Who are you? He asked Yuan in a fearful voice. I'm nobody. Sorry you had to witness that. Unfortunately, your tower master was corrupt, so I had to get rid of him. After a moment of silence, the young man asked an unexpected question. Is it true that you crafted that sword? Yes. The young man stopped trembling and nodded. If the creator of such a pure and beautiful masterpiece says so, who am I to question you? If you say the heavens are corrupt, then the heavens are corrupt. Yuan could only chuckle at the young man's eccentric character. Then I'll take my leave now. What should I do now? The young man asked. Whatever you want, Yuan said as he activated Shadow Veil. Disappearing from the metal tower, the young man stood there in a daze. He silently stared at Liao Tian's corpse for a moment before sighing and walking away. Soon the top floor flooded with blacksmiths from the metal tower. News of Liao Tian's death quickly spread, shocking the world again. Tower Master Ma was assassinated recently, and now Tower Master Liao suffered the same fate. What in heaven's name is going on? More importantly, who is capable of killing two Tower Masters in such a short time, and why they were both reputable and highly respected men? I wonder what the other Tower Masters are thinking right now. They are probably thinking if they'll be next. Sure enough, after they learned of Liao Tian's death, the remaining 3 Tower Masters gathered for a second time to discuss the situation. I had a feeling he'd be next, but why am I still shocked that it actually happened? Tower Master Gao sighed out loud, according to the witness who saw the whole incident. The killer was a young man, said Lord Z. However, when questioned about the killer's identity, the witness refused to explain further. It's truly bizarre. Why would the killer spare the witness anyway? How would that benefit him? Tower Master Gao asked. Maybe he doesn't care about being caught, Meng Xuan said, her tone laced with unease. This is the Phantom Assassin, after all. He wants us to know he's coming for us, to make us live in constant fear, cowering and dreading every second of our lives. Her words sent a chill through the room, causing Tower Master Gao and Lord Z to tremble. Do you really think this is the work of the Phantom Assassin? That he's really coming after our lives? Lord Z asked Meng Xuan, who nodded with a serious expression. Yes, I am almost certain it's him. Lord Z sighed. Then there's nothing we can do but enjoy what little time we have left. What? You're not even going to fight back? Tower Master Gao frowned at such a response. Fight back? Do you even know who the Phantom Assassin is? Nobody has ever managed to escape once they enter his hit list. He's killed true immortals before, much less weaklings like us. I don't care who he is. I have done nothing to deserve this. I will not lie down and let him take my life. Tower Master Gao roared. If you have truly done nothing wrong, there's nothing to worry about, a fourth unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed through the room. The unexpected intrusion startled the three Tower Masters, their heads snapping in every direction to locate the source. None of them could sense any other presence besides their own, even now, which made the situation all the more terrifying. It made them feel vulnerable and exposed. "Who's there?" Lord Z shouted. After a few moments of tense silence, a shadowy figure began to materialize before them, emerging from the dimness as if he had been there all along. Yuan deactivated Shadow Veil at that point, revealing his identity to them. "You're Yuan?" Lord Z exclaimed. "My successor?" Ming Xuan followed. "Who?" Tower Master Gao raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. "Wait, Yuan? You mean the one who stole Tower Master Liao's treasure?" Yuan looked at him and smiled. "That's what he told you. Well, it's a lie." "What are you doing here, Yuan? How did you manage to get in here?" Meng Xuan asked the next moment. "And what you said just now, you seem to know the situation?" Lord Z added. "Oh, I followed you guys here, so I have been here since the very beginning," said Yuan. He continued. "I also know the situation. After all, I am the one responsible for the two Tower Masters' deaths." "You what?" they exclaimed simultaneously. "There's no way you could have killed those two. Stop joking and tell us the truth," Meng Xuan said with a stiff smile. "I am telling you the truth. I killed the Alchemy Tower's Tower Master by stabbing him in the heart from the back, and Tower Master Liao died after I destroyed his treasure." The room fell into a heavy silence as Yuan casually revealed details about the deaths of the Tower Masters, details that had not been made public. "Why did you kill them?" Tower Master Gao suddenly asked. "Are you asking me that because you really don't know? Or are you trying to confirm something? You should have seen the scene yourself. They committed crimes against humanity, so I punished them. Even if what they did was wrong, who are you to punish them? Are you trying to be a hero or something?" "A hero?" "No, I killed them for selfish reasons. I didn't like what they were doing, so I killed them. Or what? Are you telling me that I shouldn't have punished them?" That's Tower Master Gao became speechless. Say off the Novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Yuan, you haven't answered one of my questions? Why are you here? Are you going to kill us too?" Meng Xuan asked a moment later. "Who knows?" Yuan shrugged. Chapter 1789, exposing the third. "Who knows? This isn't the time for snarky remarks, Yuan. You've already killed two Tower Masters." Meng Xuan frowned. "Yes, and unfortunately there will be at least another death." Tower Master Gao suddenly realized something and uttered, "Wait, does this mean you suspect one of us as an evil practitioner like Tower Master Ma and Tower Master Liao?" Yuan shook his head and said, "There's no need for suspicions because I'm already certain that is the case and there could be more than one of you." "That's outrageous. Do you have evidence?" Lord Z exclaimed. "Evidence, huh? I don't have any. However, I am suspicious of the Array Tower." "What?" Tower Master Gao's eyes widened at his words. "Wait a second, you must be the one who broke into my place." Yuan nodded. "I needed to make sure you were not involved with Alchemy Tower. After all, you assisted them with all sorts of formations, including the ones used to imprison humans." Search the Novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Naturally, the Array Tower provided its expertise not just to the Alchemy Tower, but to the other towers as well. Moreover, the formations in question had been established long before any of the current Tower Masters came into existence. However, as formations required periodic maintenance and repairs, there was a possibility that the Array Tower had uncovered or at least become aware of the Alchemy Tower's misdeeds during these interventions. I know it looks bad on the surface, but I really had no idea about the Alchemy Tower's practices until recently. I mean, I knew they were doing something behind the scenes, but I never imagined it was something so evil. As for the formations used to imprison humans, we thought they were using it for magical beasts. At least that's what we intended them to do. They always empty the cells when we show up to do maintenance on them, too. Yuan stared at Tower Master Gao as he explained himself, but didn't say anything. This made Tower Master Gao extremely anxious. Unbeknownst to the Tower Masters, Yuan had long ceased suspecting the Array Tower. After breaking into Tower Master Gao's residence, he had found no evidence tying them to any wrongdoing. Everything he said up until now was just an act solely to lower the others' guards and observe their reactions. After all, he hadn't investigated the Martial Tower and Cultivation Tower. However, even without investigating these two towers, Yuan already knew which of the two he needed to kill. After a long moment of silence, Yuan smiled at Tower Master Gao and said, "I trust you. Really? You're not pulling my leg?" Tower Master Gao swallowed nervously. Despite being a Tower Master and Divine Sovereign, he felt powerless before Yuan, who was only a mere Spirit Sovereign. Yuan nodded before turning to look at Lord Zi and Meng Xuan. "Although I haven't investigated your towers properly, I doubt there will be any evidence." "Fortunately for me, I already have the evidence I need." Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven and pointed it at one of them. "I didn't notice it at first, because you hit it really well. But that's no longer the case, and I can sense it as clear as day. Did killing those two really rile you this much, Tower Master Meng?"
"What?"
Tower Master Gao and Lord Zi followed the direction of Yuan's blade, which was pointed straight at Meng Xuan. You think I'm an evil practitioner? You cannot be serious," Meng Xuan stammered, her voice unsteady as she visibly trembled. "Evil practitioner? No, I think you're worse than that, you demon worshipper," Yuan said, his voice filled with disgust. "What? Demon worshipper?" Both Tower Master Gao and Lord Zi nearly jumped from shock. In the world of cultivation, two paths were universally condemned and labeled as evil by society. The first was the path of evil practitioners, individuals who defied human morals and engaged in heinous acts such as forbidden alchemy or cruel experiments. The second, even more despised, was the path of demon worshippers, those who betrayed humanity by aligning themselves with demons, forsaking their own kind for power. It's subtle, but I can sense the power of demons within your Dantian. You hid it well, but your emotions betrayed you. Now the question is, how are you related to the Alchemy Tower and Metal Tower? Since those two weren't demon worshippers but evil practitioners, I have a feeling you were the one who enticed them. That's what demon worshippers are good at, after all. Meng Xuan clenched her fists and trembled in anger. "I have had enough of your farce, Yuan Tower Master Gao, Tower Master Zi. Are you really going to believe him? Why would I need the power of demons when I'm already the Tower Master of the Cultivation Tower? That's outrageous." Tower Master Gao and Lord Zi exchanged glances with each other. Neither of them wanted to say anything, but they were both aware of Meng Xuan's obsession with cultivation and immortality. They had known Meng Xuan long before she ascended to the position of Tower Master. Initially, she lacked the qualifications and talent. However, her cultivation suddenly soared at an unprecedented rate, almost as if her latent talents had awakened overnight. This sudden and meteoric rise had surprised everyone, but no one questioned it, chalking it up to a rare stroke of fortune or an undiscovered potential finally blooming. Now, under Yuan's scrutiny, that sudden rise seemed far more suspicious. When it comes to enticing humans, demons typically promise unmatched power and immortality. While it's true that they can boost your cultivation and extend your longevity, there is always a drawback, a flaw. Yuan suddenly pointed two fingers at Meng Xuan and muttered, "Reveal your true self, hateful demon." A golden light suddenly appeared from Yuan's fingers, shooting toward Meng Xuan with blinding speed. It pierced through her chest and entered her heart, but it did not harm her. Instead, it roused the demonic energy hidden within her dantian. Meng Xuan's body instantly began to heat up, an uncontrollable sensation spreading through her entire being. Panic flashed across her face as she roared, What did you do to me?" Yuan, remaining calm, responded in a nonchalant tone, just speeding up the inevitability. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1790, Spirit Enlightenment. After being struck by Yuan's golden light, Meng Xuan felt her blood begin to boil, an intense heat coursing through her veins. Her muscles twitched and squirmed uncontrollably, as though they were trying to break free from her skin. That power you accepted from the demon may have increased your cultivation and longevity. But it comes with a price. It will strip away your humanity. While you won't fully become a demon, you'll turn into something in between, something neither human nor demon. As Yuan spoke, Meng Xuan's body began to contort unnaturally, her form twisting and shifting. Her white skin darkened in patches, and her beautiful features took on a grotesque, unrecognizable appearance. Regret flickered in Meng Xuan's eyes, a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the chaos consuming her. However, it didn't last long. As her body continued to transform, her emotions and sanity were stripped away, leaving behind a hollow shell of what she once was. Her gaze turned vacant, and a primal, unrecognizable presence replaced her former self. Soon, her eyes became filled with rage and bloodlust. What a pity! Not waiting for Meng Xuan to go on a rampage, Yuan activated True Dragon Awakening and immediately began attacking her with demon-sealing aura. Several strikes later, Meng Xuan was completely sealed, turning into a stone statue. I can't believe it. To think Tower Master Meng had been a demon worshipper this entire time, Tower Master Gao muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sometime later, Yuan finished off the job. After killing Meng Xuan, she unexpectedly dropped a demon core. Normally, this wouldn't be possible since only full-fledged demons have demon cores, but this was a trial created by the Stairway to Heaven. Yuan picked up the demon core, its dark and ominous energy radiating in his hand. He stared at it for a moment, his expression contemplative. Then, without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth and consumed it. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You have reached second-level Spirit Sovereign. You have reached third-level Spirit Sovereign. You have reached ninth-level Spirit Sovereign. You have reached first-level Spirit Enlightenment. After consuming a demon core with energy equivalent to a divine ancestor, Yuan's cultivation soared an entire realm. Entering the first level of Spirit Enlightenment, moreover, all of the chaotic essence he'd consumed was replenished. As I thought the chaotic energy within demons can be used to replenish my chaotic essence, Yuan muttered with a satisfied smile by consuming the demon core. Yuan confirmed his suspicions that it replenished his chaotic essence, a rare and invaluable energy source within the 9 heavens. This realization meant that, as long as he had access to demon cores, he could not only restore his chaotic essence, but also develop his chaotic heart even further. You have cleared the trial within 6 months. Congratulations, you have successfully passed all trials in the Stairway to Heaven. You have gained access to the 6th heaven. Oh, I only needed to pass a single trial this time? Congratulations, Master. Here is your reward. Tian-Er appeared to personally hand him the reward for the first time. In her grasp was a long wooden box. Yuan accepted the box without hesitation and opened it immediately. Inside, nestled securely, were 5 distinct items. The first item was a golden pill. True Heavenly Pill, Tier 7, Purity, 95%. Effects greatly increases one's innate talents and cultivation speed. Its effects will only work once. The second item inside the box was a silver ore. It was clearly a material for crafting treasures. The third and fourth items were intricately rolled scrolls. Yuan picked them up one at a time, examining the titles inscribed on their surfaces. The first scroll was titled Shadow Puppet, while the second bore the name Shadow Extraction. A martial technique and a cultivation technique, huh? The fifth and final item was a thin, unassuming book with the title A World of Darkness ominously etched on its cover. After reading the first page, which was filled with array symbols, It became clear that it was a powerful formation. However, despite his knowledge, Yuan was unable to accurately determine its exact level. What he could deduce with certainty, though, was that it was at least a level 7 formation. By the way, your divine beast's friends, the dragon and serpent, have already passed their trials. They're waiting for you inside the stairway to heaven. Tian suddenly revealed. Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you. Should I take you to them now?" "Give me a moment." Yuan used this moment to consume the true heavenly pill and study the shadow puppet martial technique. "I don't need the cultivation technique, but Yingzi might be able to use it to start her second cultivation." Although magical beasts typically avoided using human cultivation techniques due to their inherent incompatibility, it was not entirely unheard of. There were rare cases where particularly intelligent or adaptable beasts had managed to modify and adapt human techniques to suit their unique physiology. A few hours later, Shadow Puppet learned Shadow Puppet, rank Supreme Mastery Level 1 description. This ability grants the user control over shadows, enabling them to manipulate and shape the darkness around them into powerful weapons. The shadows become an extension of the user's will, offering versatility in both offense and defense. "Okay, I'm ready," Yuan said sometime later. Tian'er teleported Yuan to the waiting room, where Lan Yingying and Shi Meili had been waiting since they finished their trials. "Sorry for taking so long. I didn't think the trial would require so much time," he said to them. "It's fine. I needed some time to digest what I learned from my trial anyway," Shi Meili said. Sometime later, Tian'er brought Yuan to the others. "So what did you think?" Yuan asked Tan Songyun, who was speechless at first. "I don't know what to think. How much of what you showed me is real, anyway?" While the trial isn't a perfect replay of history, it's true that those tower masters were all corrupted, and the reason Tian Kai ended their lives. I have a lot of questions, but they can wait. I'm still trying to process what I witnessed," she sighed. Yuan smiled. "Take your time." Chapter 1791. Sixth Heaven. After his conversation with Tan Songyun, Yuan was reunited with the others. "Congratulations on your breakthrough to spirit enlightenment, young master," Feng Yuxiang said after seeing his growth. Yuan smiled and said, "You've also grown much stronger yourself, Feng." In just a little over 2 months, Feng Yuxiang's cultivation had soared to the peak of spirit enlightenment. Naturally, this wasn't the result of any training, but just her sealed cultivation returning over time. "Yingzi, here you go?" Yuan handed the cultivation technique, shadow extraction, to Yingzi after seeing her. "What is this?" she asked, with a nonchalant expression on her face. "It's a cultivation technique meant for humans, but given your nature, there's a small chance you might be compatible with it. If you can cultivate it, you'll be able to create a dantian and have a second cultivation like myself. A second cultivation I will try, thank you." Yingzi accepted the cultivation technique. "Now then, let's head to the sixth heaven," Yuan declared shortly later. "Wait a minute." Tian'er suddenly stopped them. "Master, before you head to the sixth heaven, there's something you should know. While you were in the middle of your trial, the Celestial Emperor sealed the entrance to the seventh heaven." Tian'er revealed this unexpected news to him. "What?" Yuan frowned, wondering if the Celestial Emperor had somehow learned about his existence. "Does this mean I won't be able to enter the seventh heaven until he removes this seal? As the master of the stairway to heaven, you can naturally remove the seal and enter the seventh heaven. However, that would alert the Celestial Emperor. So I will have to either wait for the Celestial Emperor to remove the seal himself or find another way to reach the seventh heaven." "Huh?" "No, I have to enter the seventh heaven through the stairway to heaven because I have to do the trials. How troublesome." "Master can still take the trials even if you already ascended through another method," she revealed. "I see. What about those who went to the lower heavens? How will they get back to the upper heavens?" Yuan looked at Tan Songyun as he asked. "The seal only affects those who wish to ascend, so it won't affect those who came from the seventh heaven." "This isn't the first time it's happened, so it's not too weird." Tan Songyun suddenly joined the conversation. "Huh? What do you mean?" Yuan inquired. "How much do you even know about the 9 heavens?" "Honestly, probably not as much as I should," she sighed and said, The 9 heavens is split into 3 levels, lower, middle, and upper. The 1st heaven to the 3rd heaven is considered lower, and the 4th heaven to the 6th heaven is considered middle. While the first 6 heavens are relatively similar to each other, everything is vastly different in the 7th heaven and above. Many people consider the upper heavens to be the true cultivation world, the immortal realm, while anything below that is the mortal realm, and in order to not overpopulate the 7th heaven, the celestial emperor often places restrictions on it. The seal is one such restriction. How long do these restrictions typically last? Yuan then asked. It varies. Some last only a few years, while others have lasted for decades, even centuries. The situation in the upper heavens is also an important factor. Anyway, one primary reason the celestial emperor enforces these restrictions is because of resources. To ensure resources remain abundant, he limits the number of people who can access them. After all, what truly differentiates the upper heavens from the lower heavens is the quality and quantity of their resources. I see. Are you in a hurry to reach the 7th heaven? Tan Songyun asked. Yuan paused for a moment, contemplating her question before responding. While it won't kill me to delay my journey there, it'll definitely become more risky the longer I wait. In any case, even if the 7th heaven wasn't sealed, I still need to take a look around the 6th heaven before I ascend. After all, there's a good chance I might find something related to my past lives there. I can figure things out when I intend to ascend. Since you came from the upper heavens, do you have any information on the 6th heaven? Any big events happening soon? Big events, huh? Tan Songyun began pondering seriously. A few moments later, she spoke with a serious face. Actually, there is one thing. Before I descended to the lower heavens to find you, rumors of a hidden domain being discovered in the 6th heaven were spreading. The rumors also say this hidden domain is very ancient and likely dates back to the primordial era. Hidden domain, Yuan repeated in a mumble. Hidden domains are essentially secret realms, concealed for a multitude of reasons. Unlike legacy tombs, which are intentionally left behind to be discovered, hidden domains were never meant to be found. They are often remnants of real places that once existed in the 9 heavens, but were deliberately hidden away, sealed or forgotten for reasons unknown. All right then, it's decided. I will take a look at this hidden domain, he declared a moment later. Tan Songyun had no objections, as she was also interested in the hidden domain and would have likely visited it if she hadn't had to find Yuan. Good luck, Master. Tian'er bid them farewell before teleporting them out of the stairway to heaven. Once they entered the 6th heaven, Yuan and his group made their way to the nearest city to gather more information on the hidden domain. Search the Nouvelle Fire Note website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It didn't take long for them to gather information about the hidden domain, as it was the talk of the streets. Nearly every passerby and group they overheard were discussing it with excitement, speculation, and even caution. Did you hear the recently discovered hidden domain turned out to be a sect from the primordial era? What was the name again? The Immortal Monastery?
What?
Immortal Monastery? Yuan's eyes widened with disbelief after hearing this familiar name. Chapter 1792, Hidden Domain. Did they just say Immortal Monastery? Or was I just hearing things? Yuan turned to look at Tan Songyun and asked for confirmation. They definitely said Immortal Monastery. Why, do you recognize the place? Tan Songyun asked. Although the Immortal Monastery was once one of the most renowned sects in existence, it has not been seen since the primordial era. Its disappearance over countless millennia caused its name to fade from memory, making it unsurprising that most people in the present day were unaware of its legacy or even its existence. Yes, I recognize it after all. I used to be a disciple there. Young Master, Yu Ning suddenly called out to him, in case you don't remember, Jiran used to be a sect leader at the Immortal Monastery. I remember, he said. He recalled Jiran mentioning it during their first encounter in the Shadow Realm. Fate is really scary, Yuan muttered with a bittersweet smile on his face. Sometime later, Yuan approached some of the pedestrians to learn more about the hidden domain. After speaking to a dozen people, he learned that the hidden domain was discovered around 4 years ago. But it wasn't opened until very recently due to the powerful formations protecting it. Once the hidden domain was opened, several scouts were sent inside to investigate. According to their reports, the domain housed none other than the Immortal Monastery, one of the most ancient and powerful sects in history. The discovery sent ripples throughout the 9 heavens, as the Immortal Monastery was a legendary sect that had vanished since the primordial era. Its reappearance promised untold treasures, profound techniques, and secrets long thought to be lost to time. Once news of the Immortal Monastery reached the upper heavens, it sparked a frenzy. Influential backgrounds wasted no time mobilizing their experts, sending them to the 6th heaven in droves. Prestigious sects, prominent families, powerful factions, and even hidden backgrounds emerged from the shadows, all eager to explore the legendary Immortal Monastery. According to the scouts who entered the hidden domain, the place hasn't fully opened yet, and they were only able to reach the sect's entrance before being blocked by a barrier. After gathering enough information, Yuan made his way to a private room in a nearby restaurant. The room was quiet and secluded, offering a perfect space for discussion while they relaxed. Yuan retrieved Banful Abyss so he could speak with Jiran's, CR, the Novel Fire Eat website, on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Jiran, you were the sect leader of the Immortal Monastery at one point, right? Yes. I was the 4th sect leader in history. Did you know of a disciple named Tianyang? Jiran pondered for a moment before responding. No, I am not familiar with that name. However, it's been countless years, so my memories may not be reliable. Then do you know what happened to the Immortal Monastery, or how it became a hidden domain? Jiran sighed and said, The Immortal Monastery was one of the top sects during the primordial era. While the amount of sects back then wouldn't hold a candle to the sects available today, we were much more competitive. We participated in the heavenly war of immortals and gods, and went against the Celestial Emperor, which was the beginning of our downfall. According to what I was told by those who survived the war, the Immortal Monastery went into hiding after I was banished to the Shadow Realm, and as far as I was aware, they never emerged again. What are the chances the Immortal Monastery survived to this day? Yuan wondered out loud. 0. After all, they disappeared during the primordial era. How many years do you think have passed since then? A sect needs to continuously recruit disciples and earn resources to survive. Even if they tried to do it in secrecy, there's no way they managed to survive this long without exposing themselves. To secretly recruit disciples and earn resources for hundreds of millions of years without exposing themselves was statistically impossible. Moreover, they were already on the verge of collapse before going into hiding, Jiran added. So what you're saying is the Immortal Monastery should still have their treasures and techniques, Tan Songyun said. Jiran nodded. Young Master Yuan, if it's the sect's techniques you want, I have most of them in my head, including the most valuable ones. I can give them all to you if you want. Yuan shook his head and said, I don't really care about the techniques or treasures. One of my past lives was a disciple of the Immortal Monastery, and I believe I'll be able to learn more about him if I go there. What? You used to be a disciple at my sect? Jiran's eyes widened with shock after hearing this news. Yes, although I don't have much of his memories, I know that he'd spent most of his earlier years there. Do you remember the name of the sect leader when you were a disciple? Jiran asked. No, I do not. That's a pity. Yuan turned to look at Tan Songyun and asked, What is the accessibility like for hidden domains nowadays? Can anyone just enter them? Of course not. Hidden domains are owned by those who discovered them. In this instance, it was found by someone from the Heavenly Beast sect, so they get to decide who enters and who doesn't. So I need to give this Heavenly Beast sect a visit first, huh? Do you have any information on them? They're one of the top sects in the 6th heaven, and they specialize in taming magical beasts, she said. But that's the extent of my knowledge of them. It's fine. We can learn more about them when we visit them. Let's finish eating first. After finishing their meals, Yuan and his group departed for the Heavenly Beast sect, situated at the border between a vast, empty plain and the towering mountain ranges. The travel took several days, and when they finally arrived at the Heavenly Beast sect, They were met with the sight of a massive sea of people gathered outside the sect. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, Chapter 1793 limited slots. There are so many people here. She-Mei swallowed nervously. What was truly awe-inspiring about the crowd wasn't its sheer size, but the overwhelming number of experts it contained. The majority of those present hailed from powerful sects and prestigious families, each sending their most accomplished members to represent them. Not wanting to show any disrespect to the Heavenly Beast sect, these factions had ensured that only their best and brightest were in attendance. As for those from the upper heavens, most of them were directly sent inside the sect without needing to wait around. How does one receive permission to enter the hidden domain? She-Mei then asked. In most cases, you pay the party with ownership, said Tan Songyun. I wonder how much it'll cost. Seeing how many are interested, I'm willing to bet it'll be expensive. She-Mei sighed. Let's enter the line first, Yuan said a moment later. Soon they entered the massive queue. After waiting in line for about an hour, a young woman wearing a unique uniform approached them. Hello. Can you tell me your background? I am from the Heavenly Beast sect, said the young woman. We're a group. My name is Xiaoyang, and I am from the Celestial Overlords. Yuan decided to use this as his primary identity for the time being. See, Celestial Overlords? The young woman exclaimed with a startled face. When those around them heard the woman's voice, they all turned to look at Yuan, who was still wearing a mask. Even Tan Songyun was staring at him with wide eyes. What are you doing? To impersonate someone from the Celestial Overlords. Are you seeking death? Tan Songyun shouted at him through voice transmission. Yuan ignored her and showed the young woman his faction symbol. Please follow me, esteemed guests. The young woman bowed to them. Tan Songyun wore a dumbfounded look on her face, as she didn't expect Yuan actually to be part of such a famous faction. Yuan looked at Tan Songyun and smiled. Is it worse than impersonating a dragon emperor? He asked her through voice transmissions. Tan Songyun could only remain speechless. Sometime later, the female disciple brought them to a luxurious building and said, Please wait here for a moment. One of our sect elders will come to speak with you as soon as possible. After leaving Yuan's group, the female disciple immediately went to notify the sect elder responsible for receiving guests from the upper heavens. What? Someone from the Celestial Overlords is here. That's impossible, said the sect elder. Why is it impossible? That person showed me the Celestial Overlord's faction symbol, explained the disciple. It's impossible because people from the Celestial Overlords already visited us, and there were 4 of them. Why would the Celestial Overlords send 2 groups separately? The disciple fell silent. Whatever. I will see them myself. If he turns out to be an impostor, I'll notify the real member. The sect elder didn't wait around and immediately left. Sometime later, the sect elder arrived at Yuan's guest house and knocked on the door. You must be the sect elder. She merely opened the door. Yes, I am Elder Pan. Are you the guest from the Celestial Overlords? The sect elder asked in a respectful tone. Although he was suspicious of their identity, he had to remain cautious just in case it was a misunderstanding. Zimei shook her head and said, No, he's inside. I'm his traveling companion. The sect elder entered the building and followed Zimei to the living room, where Yuan and Tan Songyun were sipping tea. Welcome to our humble Heavenly Beast sect, esteemed guests. I heard from my disciple that you're from the Celestial Overlords. I apologize in advance if this is a misunderstanding, but a group of individuals from the Celestial Overlords has already visited our sect. Is that so? Although I'm from the Celestial Overlords, I am visiting for personal reasons, so it's not like I was sent by my faction. Yuan showed him his faction symbol and rank. I was recently recruited by Celestial Overlord Chiang, so my rank is lacking. You were personally recruited by a Celestial Overlord? The sect elder swallowed nervously after hearing this. If you don't believe me, I can contact her for you, Yuan said, and he even has direct access to her? The sect elder cried inwardly. No, it's fine. I believe you. I apologize for doubting your identity. Don't worry, I understand. The celestial overlords have sent 4 people to explore the hidden domain, huh? They must have sent one from each faction, Yuan thought to himself. Anyway, I'm here to request permission to enter the hidden domain. How do I acquire it? About that, the hidden domain has limited spots, 20,000 spots to be precise, so there's fierce competition for them. Limited spots? This is news to me. We just found out ourselves, moreover. This is a rule within the hidden domain, so it's not something we made up to drive up the price. I apologize for any inconvenience. I see, and how many slots have been taken so far? A little over 19,000? So there are less than 1,000 spots left, huh? So how much does the Heavenly Beast sect want for an entry? Although entry to the hidden domain would likely come at an exorbitant cost, Yuan wasn't overly concerned about being unable to afford it. Unfortunately, we are unable to directly sell you a slot right now. However, we will take your offer into consideration and give you an answer next month. Search the novelifire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. So, the highest bidder wins, Yuan mumbled. He began counting the number of slots he needed. Xiaohua, Feng Feng, Yingzi, Meili, Yingying, Yuning, will those living within my soul weapons need a slot? He turned to look at Tan Songyun and asked, Do you also want to enter? Of course, but you don't need to pay for my slot. I'll handle it myself, she said. All right. My Little Brother Chapter 1794 offers for the slots. Yuan looked at Elder Pan and asked, I happen to wield a soul weapon that contains a spirit. Will that count as a slot? Only those who will be participating will take up a slot, so unless the spirit within your soul weapon wishes to participate, they won't take up a slot. This is true for everyone else, too. Also, you won't be able to use any treasures as a participant, including your soul weapons. Can you elaborate? What is considered participation? Elder Pan proceeded to explain, according to the rules of the hidden domain, those who will become disciples are considered a participant. We don't have much information about the details, since nobody has entered the hidden domain yet, but we believe the main theme of this hidden domain is role-play, and we'll be role-playing as disciples of the immortal monastery. Some hidden domains are structured around a specific theme, much like the trials Yuan had encountered within the Stairway to Heaven. These themes often dictate the nature of the challenges within the domain, such as tests of strength, wisdom, or even teamwork. I see, in that case, Yuan mumbled. Feng Feng, do you wish to participate? He asked her. Although it sounds fun, I will remain a spectator this time, she said, not wanting to waste a precious slot. What about you, Yingzi? I will participate. Yingjing? I would also like to participate. Do you want to participate as well? Yuan asked Meili. She looked at Elder Pan and asked, Is the hidden domain dangerous? I'm sorry, but I genuinely do not know. Elder Pan shook his head. Some hidden domains are rife with peril, filled with deadly traps, fierce beasts, and trials that test one's very limits. Others, however, are serene and peaceful, offering a haven for cultivation or exploration. Unfortunately, there is no way to truly discern the nature of a hidden domain until one steps inside. While the Heavenly Beast sect had managed to access the hidden domain, their exploration had only reached the entrance. The true nature and contents of the domain remain shrouded in mystery. It's better to assume that the place will be dangerous, said Yuan. Meili pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll participate. What about you, Yuning? Yuan asked her next. I'm okay being a spectator, she said. Yuan retrieved Baneful Abyss and asked Jiran next. Since you were once the sect leader of the Immortal Monastery, I assume you want to participate. If you don't mind letting me participate, I would love to do so, he said. Sure. After counting, Yuan said, I will need 5 slots. As for my offer, he began pondering what he should offer the Heavenly Beast sect for these slots. How about this? He retrieved a handful of leaves and even some liquid from the golden celestial tree. These belong to a golden celestial tree that is several million years old. Elder Pan's eyes widened with excitement after seeing this. Young master, in order to secure our spot, how about giving him some of my phoenix blood? Feng Yushang suddenly said, "Are you sure, of course, now that my bloodline is no longer cursed, I essentially have an unlimited supply of phoenix blood?" "Giving them a few drops won't hurt me in the slightest," she said. "All right, thank you." Yuan then said, "I will also offer a few drops of phoenix blood from a royal bloodline." Phoenix blood from a royal bloodline? Elder Pan stood up from shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you serious? If you have a method to examine the blood, I wouldn't mind letting you examine it." Yuan nodded. Although Feng Yuxiang never claimed to possess a royal bloodline, it was almost certain that her lineage surpassed even the most exalted royal bloodlines. As a direct descendant of the primordial phoenix, she carried the purest and most ancient phoenix bloodline. "Although we do not have something like that, we have something that can evaluate a bloodline's grade," said Elder Pan. Search the novel ifr.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "In that case, I would also like to offer some of my blood." Shimeli suddenly added, "I'm actually a dragon with a royal bloodline, and I'm willing to add some of my blood to the offer." Shimeli had hidden her horns and tail to appear less conspicuous, so Elder Pan did not know she was a dragon until it was mentioned. "You're a dragon." Elder Pan fell back down from shock. To prove her identity, Shimeli partially transformed, revealing her horns, tail, and scales. "Please wait a minute. I will contact our sect leader right now. He will be able to guarantee you those slots. Take your time." Yuan nodded with a smile. Elder Pan left the guest house and rushed to the sect leader's side to notify him of Yuan's offer. In addition to leaves and liquid from a golden celestial tree that is several million years old, he's also offering the blood of a dragon and phoenix, ones with a royal bloodline. The sect leader of the Heavenly Beast sect almost couldn't believe his ears after hearing such a generous offer. "Are you sure you heard him properly? I swear I'll skin you alive if it turns out to be a misunderstanding." "I swear on my life," Elder Pan reassured. "Bring me to him. I must speak with this individual myself." Elder Pan hurriedly returned to Yuan's guest house with the sect leader following behind. "My name is Bao Shuya, and I am the current sect leader of the Heavenly Beast sect. It's a pleasure to meet you, esteemed guests. Regarding your offer, once we confirm the phoenix blood and dragon blood's quality, we will immediately give you 5 slots for the hidden domain." "Sure thing." Yuan nodded. "Please, follow me." Sect leader Bao guided Yuan and his group to another building. Inside, the room was filled with intricate devices specifically designed to evaluate the grade and purity of beast bloodlines. "I'll go first," Shimeli said. Chapter 1795, Heavenly Beast Sect. "Please place your hands inside the device," said Sect Leader Bao, his hands gesturing at the device before him. Shimeli approached the device and placed her hands on it. Soon her body became enveloped by a soft red glow. "Imperial grade? Your bloodline is Imperial grade, which is definitely classified as a royal bloodline," Sect Leader Bao exclaimed in excitement. He turned to look at Yuan and asked, "Where is the phoenix blood?" "If the phoenix is not here, we will have to use another method to evaluate the blood." The next moment, Feng Yuxiang emerged from Yuan's dantian, startling Sect Leader Bao. Did she just come out of your dantian?" Sect Leader Bao exclaimed, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. "That's only possible if the two of you are in a contract." His wide eyes darted between Yuan and Feng Yuxiang. The idea of a human forming a contract with a phoenix, especially one with a royal bloodline, was almost unimaginable. Yet it appeared to be a reality right before him. Feng Yuxiang ignored Sect Leader Bao's shocked state and walked to the device to grade her bloodline. A few moments later, her body was enveloped by a golden glow. "Divine grade," Sect Leader Bao gasped, his eyes and jaw wide with shock. However, Feng Yuxiang didn't appear to be happy about the results. "Is it because my bloodline is still recovering? As a primordial phoenix, my bloodline should be supreme grade," she wondered inwardly, after snapping out of his daze. Sect Leader Bao swallowed nervously before asking, How many drops of blood will you be offering for the slots?" Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes at sect leader Bao, her gaze sharp and calculating. After a moment of tense silence, she raised her hand, holding up 2 fingers. She, Meili, then spoke. "I will offer 3 drops." Sect leader Bao pondered with a serious expression on his face before responding. "I would like to request another drop of your phoenix blood. In exchange, I will no longer ask for the leaves and liquid from the golden celestial tree." Feng Yuxiang's blood was far more valuable and beneficial to the heavenly beast sect than the golden celestial tree, so sect leader Bao's request was very natural. "What do you think, young master?" Feng Yuxiang asked for Yuan's advice. "I'll let you decide. It's your blood, after all. Then I'll accept your offer." Feng Yuxiang retrieved an empty vial and filled it with 3 drops of her blood. Z, the NovoFireNet website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. C. Meili did the same. "Thank you very much, esteemed guests. This is your proof of entry to the hidden domain. Please do not lose it, because we won't be able to replace it." Sect leader Bao handed Yuan 5 wooden badges with the words Immortal Monastery engraved onto them, as well as a communication jade slip. "Read exclusive chapters at Empire. They were found by the entrance to the Immortal Monastery, hence how we figured out there would only be 20,000 available slots," he added. "Thanks." Yuan accepted the badges and tossed them into his spatial ring. "When will we be able to enter the hidden domain?" Yuan then asked. "Once we fill up the slots by the end of the month, we will notify you through the communication jade slip. Currently, we intend to enter the hidden domain within 3 months. 3 months, huh? That's quite long. If you'd like, you can stay in the Heavenly Beast sect as our guest in the meantime." Yuan nodded. "That would be great, since we don't really have a place to stay at this moment." "Then it's settled. Just a heads up, there are other participants living in this area, and we do not tolerate any fights between participants. You don't need to worry. We don't know anyone, so we have no reason to cause any trouble." Sect leader Bao nodded. He proceeded to guide them back to their living quarters. "Then I'll leave you alone for now. If you need anything, we have servants on standby outside." He gestured toward the individuals wearing a specific uniform walking around the place. "Wait. I also want to give you an offer for a slot." Tan Songyun suddenly stopped him. "What?" Sect leader Bao looked at her with raised eyebrows and a puzzled expression. "Although we're traveling together, I am going to pay for my own slot," she explained. "Is that so? Since I am already here, I will listen to your offer." Tan Songyun proceeded to retrieve a scroll from her spatial ring and handed it to him. Sect leader Bao didn't think much of it and opened it. However, when he read the contents of the scroll, his eyes widened with shock and disbelief. Is this real?" Tan Songyun remained calm and said, "What would I gain from lying to you?" She showed her faction symbol, revealing her background, vengeful fairies. He began contemplating shortly later. After a moment of heavy silence, he finally made his decision. Reaching into his robe, he retrieved another wooden badge and extended it toward Tan Songyun. "I'll accept your offer. Thank you." Tan Songyun casually accepted the badge. Sect leader Bao shook his head. "No, I should be thanking you." He quickly stored the scroll inside his spatial ring, even looking around to make sure nobody else saw it. After he left, Yuan asked Tan Songyun in a curious tone, "What did you offer him? Let's just say it will benefit the Heavenly Beast sect greatly if they are able to acquire it." Yuan raised an eyebrow and guessed, "A treasure map?" "Good guess, but you're wrong. Are you really going to keep it a secret? Does it annoy you?" "I can't say that I am not curious, but I won't lose any sleep not knowing. Is that so?" Tan Songyun didn't say anything else and returned to the building. Yuan could only shake his head inwardly and follow her inside. 3 months, huh? What should we do in the meantime? She merely asked once they were inside Chapter 1796, Heavenly Beast Sect 2. "You guys can do whatever. I'm going to cultivate," said Tan Songyun. She pointed to a certain room and continued, "I'll be staying in there. Don't bother me unless it's an emergency." After saying that, Tan Songyun entered the room she picked. It's not easy getting along with her. Jimeli sighed. I'm sure she'll open her heart more as she comes to trust us, Yuan said with a calm and reassuring tone. Anyway, it's only 3 months. I don't really have anything in mind, so I'll probably just cultivate. When Yuan mentioned he would cultivate, he wasn't referring to increasing his cultivation, but rather to strengthening his soul strength. While his soul cultivation technique passively enhanced his soul strength over time, actively cultivating it allowed for much greater and faster progress. In that case, I'll take a look around the Heavenly Beast sect. This is my first time visiting a human sect, much less one that focuses on taming magical beasts, said Si Mei. Have fun and try not to cause any trouble. I'll go with her. Feng Yuxiang suddenly emerged from his dantian and said, All right, are we going now? Feng Yuxiang asked Shi Mei a moment later. Yes, wait, I also want to come. Lan Yingying suddenly appeared and said, The more the merrier. Shi Mei chuckled. Thus, Feng Yuxiang, Lan Yingying, and Shi Mei left the building to explore the Heavenly Beast sect. Once they left, Yingzi appeared and said, I am going to try to cultivate with the cultivation technique you gave me. Sure, if there is anything you don't understand about the technique, let me know. Yingzi nodded, and she sat on the ground with the cultivation technique in her grasp. While Yuan cultivated his soul strength and Yingzi started learning the cultivation technique, Shi Mei and her group approached one of the Heavenly Beast sect's servants. Excuse me, we would like to take a look around the Heavenly Beast sect. Would that be fine? Shi Mei asked the young servant. Of course, however, you will need a sect elder to accompany you at all times. You see that tall building there? You can find someone to accompany you there. The servant pointed at the pagoda not too far in the distance. I see it, thank you. Some time later, Shi Mei and the others entered the pagoda. Inside, several individuals with a powerful presence were present, and they were all speaking with a sect elder of the Heavenly Beast sect. Noticing Shi Mei's group, a female sect elder approached them and asked, Hello, are you here for a guide? Yes, we'd like to take a look around the sect. I understand. Please, follow me. The sect elder brought them to a nearby empty desk. Before we assign you with someone, is there any specific place within the sect you would like to visit? Not really. What about you guys? Shi Mei asked the other two. I don't really care either, Feng Yuxiang said. Lan Yingying then said, I would like to learn more about taming in general. How do normal cultivators and their contracted beasts typically act? Oh, are you looking to become a beast tamer yourself? The sect elder asked, misunderstanding Lan Yingying's intentions. Something like that, I guess. Lan Yingying decided to go along with the sect elder. In that case, we can give you a full tour around the Heavenly Beast sect. Please give me a moment to see if any guide is available. A few moments later, she spoke, I'm sorry, but all of our guides are currently attending to other guests. I can put you on a waiting list for now, and we'll contact you as soon as the next guide becomes available. Sure. Shi Mei nodded, searched the Novel Our Neat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Are you currently residing within the sect? The sect elder then asked. Yes, we're staying at building 909. In that case, we will send the guide straight to your building whenever we have one. Okay, thank you. Shi Mei and the others returned to their living quarters and waited for their guide to show up. A few hours after they returned home, someone knocked on their door. Excuse me, I am here as your guide. A woman's voice loudly resounded outside. Already? Shi Mei was pleasantly surprised by how fast the guide showed up. When she opened the door, a woman with red and yellowish hair greeted her. My name is Hong Ling, and I will be your guide. Mei and the others gathered outside. When Hong Ling saw Feng Yuxiang, she hastily approached her and said, It's an honor to meet you, Senior Phoenix. Feng Yuxiang raised an eyebrow and asked, Do I know you? No, but the sect leader, my master, told me about you. Hong Ling explained, her tone filled with a mix of excitement and awe. I am actually a beast with the Crimson Raven bloodline, she added. Explore more stories with Empire. After hearing about Feng Yuxiang, Hong Ling wanted to meet her immediately. However, Hong Ling didn't want to appear nosy, so she spent a good amount of time wondering how she should approach Feng Yuxiang. After learning about their situation, Hong Ling immediately volunteered to be their guide. No, she demanded to be their guide. "I see. Nice to meet you." Hong Ling's eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and reverence, her demeanor resembling that of a fangirl standing before her idol. Crimson ravens were powerful magical beasts, highly respected for their mastery of fire. Though they were not true phoenixes, their abilities and lineage placed them in close relation, often considered distant cousins of phoenixes. Hong Ling retrieved a flying treasure that was an enormous crimson feather with a flourish, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "I heard you wanted to learn more about beast taming." "Don't worry, I'll make sure you know everything there is to know about our path before this tour ends. We'll be in your care." Feng Yuxiang nodded as she stepped onto the flying treasure. Ji Meili and Lan Yingying followed. Chapter 1797, Heavenly Beast Sect. 3. While we travel to our destination, allow me to tell you about our Heavenly Beast Sect's history, our foundation, said Hong Ling. The Heavenly Beast Sect is one of the most ancient sects within the Sixth Heaven, dating all the way back to the Immortal Monarch's era. We were founded towards the end of the era, shortly after the Divine Heavens was split. Our founder, who had formed a contract with 3 divine beasts, was titled Savage Beast King. 3, that's impressive, said Feng Yuxiang. Yet it pales in comparison to your master, who has contracted a phoenix with a divine-grade bloodline. Feng Yuxiang lifted her head slightly in a prideful manner and said, "My master is unique. You shouldn't compare him with anyone, because it would only make the other party look bad. What's your relationship with your master like?" Lan Yingying suddenly asked. "I think it's a pretty ordinary relationship. I met him 600 years ago when he climbed the Crimson Mountain just to meet me. I admired his dedication, and he was quite talented, so I agreed to form a contract with him for a decade to prove himself that he was worthy of becoming my partner. And, as you can see, I am still here even after 600 years. What do you typically do as his partner?" Lan Yingying then asked Seer the Novel Fire Rayet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. "Huh? We can absorb our master's cultivation? This is the first time I've heard about this." Lan Yingying's eyes widened. "Whenever he's busy managing the sect, I spend most of my time cultivating. When he has to leave the sect, I will follow him as his guard. When he gets into a fight, I become his weapon. Although he can fight, most beast tamers are typically weaker than their beasts." "Huh? Why are they usually weaker than their partners?" Lan Yingying asked, her eyebrows raised in a puzzled manner. Wouldn't it make more sense if the master was stronger than the follower? After all, who'd want a weak master? "That may be how you humans, people who are not beast tamers, see it," Hong Ling began with a knowing smile. "But most beasts enter a contract with the intent of becoming stronger. If the master fails to provide their contracted beast with enough resources or opportunities to grow, the beast will leave them. Of course, this only applies to consensual contracts, where both parties willingly agree to the partnership. As contracted beasts, we can also absorb some of our master's cultivation," Hong Ling continued. "This is one of the main things most contracted beasts demand from their masters. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. While the master gains a powerful ally, the beast can grow stronger by sharing in their master's progress." "Huh? We can absorb our master's cultivation." "This is the first time I've heard about this." Lan Yingying's eyes widened. "What? You didn't know this entire time? I assumed you were just being humble." Feng Yuxiang looked at her with a surprised face. "Ah, if you're wondering why I never asked the young master to share his cultivation with me, it's because my cultivation is already much higher than his, and cultivation isn't the reason I formed a contract with him. I really didn't know. Though, even with that knowledge, I have no intention of asking you, the young master, for his cultivation." Lan Yingying almost subconsciously called Yuan by his name. "Wait, you're a magical beast as well? I couldn't tell at all." Hong Ling stared at Lan Yingying with a shocked face. Even in their human form, Most beasts typically cannot completely mask their beastly scent or identity as a beast, especially from other beasts. Hong Ling immediately recognized Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili as divine beasts the moment their distinct scent reached her. However, when it came to Lan Yingying, her scent and demeanor gave no such indication, making her appear essentially human in Hong Ling's eyes. "Now that you mentioned it, I never realized this." Feng Yuxiang muttered after hearing Hong Linger's words. "It likely has something to do with my bloodline, but I am not certain," said Lan Yingying. "Are you also a divine beast?" Hong Ling looked at Lan Yingying in a new light. "Yes, amazing, to have contracted 3 divine beasts. It's just like our founder." "Actually, I'm not in a contract with Xiao Yang," Shi Meili suddenly said with an awkward smile on her face. "I'm just traveling with them. You might as well form a contract with the young master, Meili. I know you want to." Feng Yuxiang looked at her with a smug-looking smile on her face. Shi Meili showed a bittersweet smile and said, "I do, but I also don't want to at the same time. If I form a contract, our relationship would be akin to master and servant. I don't want that. I want to stand beside him as someone more significant." Feng Yuxiang raised an eyebrow and commented, "You mean like his Tao companion?" Shi Meili's face immediately flushed with redness. "While it's true that our contract defines us as master and servant, what truly matters is how you and your master perceive your relationship," Hong Ling explained with a warm smile. "For example, my master and I are like best friends. I don't feel like a servant at all." Her words carried a sense of pride and affection, emphasizing the importance of mutual respect and understanding in such bonds, even when the terms of the contract suggested otherwise. "She's right, you know. Also, the young master isn't that kind of person. I've been with him for years now, and he's never once treated me like a servant." Feng Yuxiang added, "I know he isn't that kind of person, and I'm aware that this is a mindset issue on my part. Once I can get over it, I'll ask him for a contract," Shi Meili said with an eager smile. "If you don't mind me asking, what kind of person is your master? What made you want to follow him?" Hong Ling asked a moment later. "I'm glad you asked." Feng Yuxiang's face lit up with excitement after hearing this question. Chapter 1798, Heavenly Beast Sect 4. "My young master is not only the most talented individual in the 9 heavens, but he is also the kindest, most handsome, coolest, unrivaled." Feng Yuxiang began complimenting Yuan non-stop after Hong Ling asked about him. If Hong Ling wasn't aware of her relationship with Yuan in the beginning, she would have mistaken her as some obsessive, crazy lady. You're really passionate about your master, huh?" Hong Ling said with a stiff smile. If she hadn't interrupted Feng Yuxiang, heaven knows how long she would have kept on mumbling. "Of course I am. The young master not only changed my life, he practically saved it." "What about you, Senior Lan?" Hong Ling turned to look at Lan Yingying next. "You can just call me by my name. I am actually much younger than you." "No, I cannot do that. Even if you were just born yesterday, you have seniority over me as a divine beast, as I am only an ordinary magical beast. If that's what you want to do, I won't say anything else. Anyway, I followed the young master for an entirely different reason. Although he did save my and my family's life, that wasn't the reason I wanted to follow him also. While I did have my own desires to follow him, it was mostly my grandparents' advice and persuasion that made me actually do it. As I continued following him, my desire to stay together with him grew stronger now. I don't want to be separated from him at all. Most importantly, I am going to be giving birth to his child in the future." "What? You're bearing your master's child?" Hong Ling cried out loud, nearly falling off the flying treasure from shock. She opened her mouth again, but no words came out. She was going to question Lan Yingying's reasoning for bearing a human's child, but she refrained herself, realizing it would be disrespectful. Once I fully regain my strength and is worth more to the young master, I will also ask to bear his child," Feng Yuxiang declared with a determined look on her face. "What? But you're of royal bloodline. Are you even allowed to conceive with a human? Won't that significantly degrade your bloodline?" Hong Ling couldn't stay silent after hearing Feng Yuxiang's outrageous declaration. In their world, royal bloodlines are considered sacred and are strictly protected and regulated by the royal families of their respective races. Degrading or defiling a royal bloodline is regarded as an unforgivable act of blasphemy, often punishable by death. I don't care about that. It's not like I'm associated with the royal families. I will conceive with whoever I want, regardless of what anyone says. If anyone dares to try and stop me, I will simply kill them all." Feng Yuxiang sneered. Hong Ling shuddered in fear when she sensed Feng Yuxiang's killing intent from her narrowed eyes. Sir Tho Avel Fire Eat website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. It suddenly became dead silent, and it stayed like that for the remainder of the ride. Fortunately, they were already almost at their destination by then, so it was only a few minutes of silence. "Okay, we have arrived at our first destination, our heavenly beast sect's magical beast breeding ground," Hong Ling said, gesturing toward the massive expanse of land before them. "This is where the sect breeds and nurtures magical beasts for its disciples. While it's not a requirement to have a contracted beast to join the sect, all disciples are expected to form a contract with the beast within 10 years of enrollment." The area resembled sprawling farms, each section dedicated to breeding and raising various types of magical beasts. The air was filled with the sounds of creatures, and the energy in the atmosphere was vibrant. Our disciples are encouraged to explore the world and form a contract with a wild magical beast. If they are unable to do that, they can try to form a contract with a beast here. We have over 1,000 different species of magical beast, including some rare ones like the obsidian bull, jade rabbit, and the red-horned wasp. However, Hong Ling continued, these magical beasts are not free, nor are they available to every disciple. Only those who demonstrate promise and earn enough points are allowed to form a contract with the beasts here. Points can be earned by completing sect missions or through accomplishments that enhance the sect's reputation. It's a way to ensure that only the most dedicated and capable disciples gain access to these valuable resources. As for the beasts, we either capture them directly from the wild or purchase beast eggs from the market. Capturing wild beasts isn't too difficult, but the real challenge lies in training them to be obedient. She paused for a moment before continuing. As for beast eggs, they're a different story. They're incredibly rare and not always available for purchase, even if you have the resources. This place took countless resources and an unfathomable amount of time and effort to become what it is today, Hong Ling said, her voice brimming with pride. "Can we take a look around this place?" Feng Yuxiang asked, her tone curious. Hong Ling immediately offered an apologetic smile and said, "About that normally we'd allow it, but because of your bloodlines, I'm afraid your scent would terrify the beasts. It could cause a panic, and that would be disastrous." "Oh, what a pity," Feng Yuxiang said with a soft sigh, shaking her head in clear disappointment. Despite her reaction, there was no trace of blame in her expression toward Hong Ling. She understood all too well the impact of their powerful bloodlines as a phoenix and a dragon. Such a presence would undoubtedly terrify the magical beasts in the breeding grounds, especially since these creatures were likely more mentally fragile than their wild counterparts. "It's understandable," she added softly, her tone accepting. "Thank you for your understanding," Hong Ling said with a grateful smile. "Let's head to our next destination. It's where our disciples, who have been approved to form a contract with the beasts here, perform their ritual. As a matter of fact, we happen to have someone preparing to perform the ritual soon." They sped off to their next destination shortly later. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1799, Heavenly Beast Sect 5. After traveling for half an hour, they arrived at their next destination. Hong Ling made the flying treasure descend before saying to the others, "You can follow me." Lan Yingying and the other two followed Hong Ling into the large square building that only had a single floor before them. "Greetings, Senior Hong." The guards standing by the entrance greeted with lowered heads as they opened the door for them. "Good work," she said to them. The interior of the building was stark and empty, its design emphasizing functionality over aesthetics. The walls were crafted from a durable metal commonly used in the creation of treasures. giving the space an aura of resilience and strength. Additionally, several intricate formations were embedded into the walls and floor, their faint glow indicating their activation. If it isn't Senior Hong, what brought you here today? A sect elder there noticed her and asked, "Zewarch the Novel Firenot website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I'm here as a tour guide, and I want to let them watch the ritual." "There's one happening soon, correct?" "Yes, and you're just in time. We're currently waiting for the magical beast to be brought in, which should only take a few more minutes," said the sect elder. Standing by the sect elder was a young male disciple, clearly eager to be there. "It's an honor to have my ritual witnessed by Senior Hong." The disciple bowed. Hong Ling acknowledged him with a silent nod before turning to Feng Yuxiang and the others. "During the ritual, the disciple must fight the magical beast and earn its acknowledgement," Hong Ling explained. "Most magical beasts that lack the capability to speak or think like us must be defeated in battle to earn their acknowledgement," she continued. "It's a way of proving one's strength and qualifications to the beast. Of course, there are rare cases where a magical beast willingly forms a contract without needing to be dominated, but such instances are exceedingly rare and almost unheard of. Also, even if the disciple defeats the magical beast, it doesn't guarantee the beast would acknowledge the disciple as its master. With that being said, we have a very high success rate of around 95%. If the magical beast rejects the disciple, we will simply find another one for him, and every disciple will be given 3 chances." About 10 minutes later, a magical beast was led into the building. It was an earth-shattering ape, a formidable and rare magical beast renowned for its immense strength and robust physique. With a height of 4 meters, its muscular frame radiated power, and its deep, glowing eyes scanned the room with a mix of curiosity and wariness. Feng Yuxiang and the others had to move to a separate area before the earth-shattering ape arrived because of their bloodline, and they were currently watching everything behind a glass wall in a sealed spectator's room, ensuring that the ritual couldn't be disturbed in any manner. "The ritual will begin once I remove its shackles," the sect elder said to the disciple, who nodded with a nervous smile on his face. A few moments later, the shackles were removed from the earth-shattering ape. Yet it didn't immediately move and turned to look at the sect elder. Seeing this, the sect elder turned to the disciple and pointed at him. "Is he worthy to be your master? Go find out," she said firmly. As if it understood her words, the earth-shattering ape nodded slightly before locking its gaze on the disciple. Without hesitation, the beast leaped toward him, its robust frame cutting through the air with incredible force. The ritual had officially begun. The disciple immediately poured every ounce of his strength and focus into the battle, determined to prove himself worthy. He fought the earth-shattering ape with the intensity of a life-or-death struggle, dodging its crushing blows and counterattacking with his own martial techniques. Despite the fierce exchange, the disciple carefully avoided striking the beast's vitals to avoid killing it by accident. The battle raged on for nearly 3 grueling hours, each moment filled with thunderous blows that would have destroyed the building if it weren't for the reinforced walls and formations. The earth-shattering ape, with its immense strength and durability, proved to be a challenging opponent for the disciple, a young genius with a cultivation at the peak of spirit enlightenment, but as time wore on, the beast began to falter. Its once commanding presence started to waver, and its silver fur became matted with sweat and stained with its own blood. Finally, with a resounding thud, the ape fell to its knees, its breathing ragged and heavy. Despite its exhaustion and injuries, the beast's eyes still glimmered with a sense of pride and acknowledgement, as though it had tested the disciple and found him worthy. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension and awe as the disciple, equally battered but unyielding, stood before the beast, awaiting the final sign of submission. After a moment of heavy silence, the earth-shattering ape lowered its massive head, a clear sign of acknowledgement. The room seemed to hold its breath as the beast extended a finger to one of its wounds, gathering a drop of its own blood. Seeing the earth-shattering ape's gesture, the disciple wasted no time. He immediately activated a unique technique, his hands glowing faintly as he infused the beast's offered blood with his own. A wave of energy surged through the room as their blood merged, forming a mystical bond that tethered their souls together. Symbols began to appear in the air around them, shimmering briefly before vanishing into their bodies, signifying the completion of the contract. The earth-shattering ape let out a low, rumbling growl, not of defiance, but of acceptance and excitement. The disciple, now connected to the beast, knelt respectfully before it, silently thanking the powerful creature for its trust. The ritual was complete, their partnership officially forged, so that's how magical beasts typically form a contract with humans. Mine was vastly different. Lan Yingying muttered as she recalled the moment she formed a contract with Yuan. Join privilege for Add Chapter, search thenovelfire.net, website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, Chapter 1800 Heavenly Beast Sect 6. Different? How? Hong Ling inquired after hearing Lan Yingying's mumble, her face filled with curiosity. I consumed some of my master's blood and initiated the contract myself, she explained. That's what I did too. Feng Yuxiang added, I see. Well, there are several methods to form a contract, and divine beasts are inherently different, so it's not that weird your method was different, said Hong Ling. As for our heavenly beast sect, this is how we teach our disciples. Also, we're not done yet. Hong Ling shifted her attention back to the earth-shattering ape and the disciple, who were silently staring at each other, almost as if they were communicating through voice transmission. Several minutes later, the disciple's aura suddenly weakened, and his cultivation, which was at the peak of spirit enlightenment, suddenly dropped to the 7th level of spirit enlightenment. Meanwhile, the earth-shattering ape, which was at the 5th level of spirit enlightenment, suddenly soared to the peak of spirit enlightenment. While the master only lost 2 levels, the servant's cultivation increased by 4 whole levels. This is why magical beasts willingly form contracts with humans, Hong Ling said. Can the servant forcefully take the master's cultivation? Lan Yingying asked. Yes, it's possible, and it has happened before, albeit rarely. What typically leads to such an outcome? Shi Mei asked next. In my experience, such incidents only occur when the beast is severely neglected or abused by its master. After all, forcefully taking their master's cultivation significantly reduces the beast's own longevity, so it doesn't truly benefit much from doing so. What happens to the master? Shi Mei asked. Most die shortly after having all of their cultivation forcefully removed. Some have managed to live a few more years, but I don't know anyone who has managed to live a normal life afterward. With a heavy sigh, she spoke, Yes, it's also possible. However, it rarely happens because when a human takes our cultivation, even if it's only slightly, our longevity will decrease. Lan Yingying then asked, If the beast can take their master's cultivation, can the master do the same to their beast? Hong Ling fell silent after hearing such a question. With a heavy sigh, she spoke, Yes, it's also possible. However, it rarely happens, because when a human takes our cultivation, even if it's only slightly, our longevity will decrease. In cases where a human forcefully takes their beast's cultivation, Hong Ling continued, her tone turning somber, the human doesn't lose their longevity. However, over time, they start losing their sanity, and if they do it too many times, they eventually become beast-like themselves. She paused for a moment before adding, That said, humans can get away with doing it a few times without immediate consequences. It's not a fair system, but that's just the way it works. Has it happened in the Heavenly Beast sect before? Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked, her tone curious yet serious. Which? Hong Ling inquired hesitantly. Either, she clarified. Hong Ling sighed deeply, her expression tinged with reluctance. I probably shouldn't say this, but there's no point in hiding it since it's already public knowledge, she admitted. Yes, we have had such incidents before, both ways. Search the Novel Fire. Newt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. However, these incidents occurred during the sect's earlier days, when we didn't know much and weren't teaching our disciples properly. We haven't had such incidents in centuries. Anyway, let's talk about something less depressing. Once a disciple successfully forms a contract, they will have to spend the next year building a bond with their beast. Let me show you." They left the building shortly after, and Hong Ling led them to their next destination on the Flying Treasure. Sometime later, the group arrived at a vast expanse that closely resembled the untamed wilderness. Rolling hills stretched into the distance, dotted with dense patches of forest and rocky terrain. The air was filled with the sounds of nature, birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the occasional roar of a magical beast echoing in the distance. Disciples who have recently formed a contract with their beasts will spend a month here. During that time, they'll do whatever is necessary to strengthen their bond with their partner, whether it's casually strolling together to build trust or engaging in battles with other magical beasts to grow stronger together, Hong Ling explained. While the goal is to strengthen their bond, there's always a chance the opposite might occur. For instance, the disciple might come to realize that the beast is incompatible with them, or they may notice issues that weren't immediately apparent at first. This actually happens quite often when they do. It's up to the disciple and the sect to decide the next steps, whether it's continuing the partnership or seeking a more suitable match. Building a bond isn't just about strength. It's about compatibility and mutual growth. I must say, I'm very impressed with the Heavenly Beast sect. I've been to several sects that focus on beast taming before, but none of them are as organized and dedicated as you guys, Feng Yuxiang said. Hong Ling's face brightened at her compliment. "Thank you very much. You have no idea how much that means to me and the sect. This isn't even half of our sect. Come, let me show you more." She eagerly led them to the next destination. When they reached their next destination, a sprawling training ground divided into several distinct areas, Hong Ling gestured toward the open space and said, "This place is for sparring and combat training. Disciples and their beasts come here to learn to fight together and prepare for real battles. If you'd like, we can let you experience what it feels like to fight a beast tamer and their partner." "Really? I'm interested." Shi Mei was the first one to volunteer. In fact, she raised her hand almost immediately. Hong Ling nodded before scanning the training ground, her gaze darting between the disciples and their beasts to find a suitable sparring partner for Shi Mei. "I know you're only a divine warrior, but the weakest magical beast currently available is at the 7th level of Divine Master. If you would like a weaker opponent, we can set that up for you." "No, a Divine Master is fine," Shi Mei responded with a confident and excited smile on her face.